In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
He made it! Fonzie jumped over the shark! Congratulations, Fonz! All right! Fonzie jumped over the shark, everybody! Good morning! How was your weekend? The kids left a stuffed cat out on the ledge over there, and it scared the shit out of me. Oh boy, that's not how I wanted to start the day. It's going to mess with me all morning. Welcome to the program. I'm glad you're here. I don't care who you are, what you did, who you're with, as long as you love me. On the 50th anniversary of the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald, the Monday edition of the Steel Toe Morning Show. What did you guys do? Anything interesting happen? Anything fascinating go on? I was gone. I was Friday. The kids and we went shopping. I made a new dish. It's not an elaborate one, but it was something new. All of the kids, me, SP, all of the children, they made cookies together. They made one phenomenal batch of cookies and one total stank-ass batch. They forgot. They went out in the garage. It's cold in Minnesota. You can't just go running around outside this time of year. You'll catch cold. They went in the garage. They started playing. We left the kids to run the cookies on their own. They're old enough now, so we said, we're not going to intervene. First batch, I did check the timer a couple of times, right? Second batch, I said, okay, they got it. They went out in the garage. They started playing. They left them. Smoke in the house. Burned a batch of cookies. I got about 7 bricks sitting up in my kitchen right now. I think you probably got to toss them. Or just soak them in water for a day so they become edible. And then Saturday, we took the kids to Hobby Lobby. They worked on some arts and crafts. The lady and I went to dinner. Sunday, my buddy Donnie and I went to the Vikings game yesterday. Look, I love going to US Bank Stadium. We were in the Little Six Club. I love those seats. The game, look, it started off great. We had an awesome first quarter, and then we played like shit the rest of the way. It was rough. Fumbles and false starts and everything. It was bad. All right, I was there. It was fun. I had a great time. I'd go all over again knowing the result, but that was an ugly game. And this is going to be... I wish the Vikings hadn't spent so much money in free agency. I wish we hadn't tried to build this team into a Super Bowl team behind essentially what is a rookie quarterback. Rookie quarterbacks are going to suck for a while. J.J. McCarthy is going to be great. I have the utmost faith in J.J. McCarthy. but he needs to develop an off-speed pitch. He needs to develop some touch. He wants to win it all in one throw every time. He's got the right spirit, the right attitude, and the right arm. We just got to teach him how to play professional football. So this year is going to be full of ups and downs. We're going to beat the Lions. We're going to have a letdown against the Ravens. Weird shit's going to happen. Like, think about quarterbacks. When do they get good? Third year, fourth year? Jaden Daniels, before he got hurt, was struggling this season. Bo Nix is struggling, even though Denver's good. Caleb Williams is struggling. Drake May's starting to play well. But, Drake May sucked last year. It takes these guys a year or two. I mean, look, Sam Darnold just got good last year. Daniel Jones just got good this year. Baker Mayfield just got good 2 years ago. Trevor Lawrence just got good this year. C.J. Stroud is still struggling. And by the way, all those guys are going to be fine. All of those guys are going to be fine. So I'm excited about JJ. If you're a Vikings fan, and you should be used to this by now, lower your expectations. Just lower them. All right, let's get to a couple of these things. I had a great weekend. I'm happy to talk about everything. We will get to all of it, I promise. I want to let people wake up. I want to let people get in here. It's going to get good and juicy on the toe today. I promise you. Good and juicy. I promise. Let's get started with shit show. Now this trips me out. I don't like shit show being nice. It makes me think he's up to something. But shit show, showing he's a fair one, with $4.99 says, enjoy it, big guy. You own Carl. Henceforth, every time P-Flap lids He-Burger. I don't hate that moniker, by the way. It's not terrible. It's not your best work, but it's not bad. Opens his mouth. I'll think of the time he went low and came up with nothing. I think my response to all that stuff, I win my best victories when I'm standing still. Isn't that amazing? I told you a long time ago the war was over and we won. But I'm not going to sit here. Today is not going to be bragging day for the toe, because I'll tell you what I realized. There's a lot of people right now that are hanging on the precipice. There's a lot of people right now who are starting to question whether or not this religion, this anti-toe religion they bought into, hasn't been a complete canard. You know, whether or not it's been complete heresy. I'm not going to tell you it is or it isn't. You're in a very precarious spot right now. I'm not going to insult you. I'm not going to try and drag you over to one side. I'm not going to do that. When people start questioning their faith, that's when you have to just kind of, you got to fight the urge to go, oh, come on over here and come out. I may not be what's right for you. As you're teetering on the edge, as you're questioning your faith, you've got your rules in your religion all designed to keep you safe. But when rules start getting broken, you start questioning your faith. I may not be what's right for you. Leaving the religion you're in is probably the right call, but that doesn't mean that I'm the right call. Don't come to me to be your God. I'm not a God. I'm a schlocky, schlubby morning show host who's in the wrong atmosphere. I'm in the wrong world. I'm a weary multiverse traveler who got trapped in the wrong place. I may not be your thing, but I love that you're questioning your religion. I love that you're questioning what you believe. You're thinking for yourself and you're going, wait a minute. I think these guys might have been bullshitting me. I'm not gonna push or pull you in either of those two directions. I think it's good that you're thinking, and I mean that. I mean that 100%. Red Fox Mad with $1.99 says, "How about those Vikings? What an awesome game! Thank you, buddy. Thank you so much for reminding me of the Vikings game yesterday. Beautiful." Coltrane with $1 says, out in my deer blind waiting for 641, LOL. Thankfully, I won't have to worry about laughing out loud today. Have a good show. Suck my ass. Deer hunt. I have a theory. Deer hunting's going to cut into the numbers this week. We've already kind of settled back into our usual post-radio era numbers. It's just where it always goes. You've got your loyal base, but But I think deer hunting, with most of our audience being from the Midwest, is going to take a chunk out of us today. Oh, people are wondering where Johnny is. I'm going to try something new with Johnny. Here's my thing with Johnny, and Johnny and I talked about this. Johnny's yawning a lot. Johnny makes me feel like I'm boring the shit out of him and I'm inconveniencing him. So I told Johnny, instead of 2 4.5-hour shows, why don't you do 3 3-hour shows? So I'm going to have Johnny get an extra hour of sleep every day. I'm going to have Johnny stay until 10. I'll mop up the last 30 minutes of the show. And then Johnny will do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So we'll have me solo, can Aaron fly solo, from 6 to 7. Johnny from 7 to 10, and then I'll go 10 to 10:30. We'll wrap up together. That way, I have less solo shows to do. I like having someone here to bounce off of. But, you know, Johnny's sleepy. Johnny's a tired guy. And, you know, I'm going to let him get an extra hour of sleep. And I wanted to do it today because I knew the thing we had to talk about in this first hour. They're calling it Carl Capone's vault. And by the way, let me defend Carl for a second. This was not his baby. It wasn't his baby. If you don't know, I suppose I should let you know, because I was going to get to it around 6:30 or so. Let people come on in. The Meltonverse had this beautiful idea. They've got this idea in their head that Aaron can't possibly be telling the truth about stuff, even though I do. I just tell you what's going on in my life. Basically, the translation there is, and I've told you this before, but I'm not going to be a dick about it. If what's going on in my life doesn't match what they need, then it's got to be a lie. It can't be true. Now, I've also said every time these guys go outside their universe, they're woefully disappointed and people think they're just weird. They went outside their universe and a guy completely, unwittingly broke up their entire narrative. I mean, one guy, they called him and they're like, this is our big get. This is our big thing. If you don't know, they called my buddy Mikey. Mikey Two Matches, not Mikey Two Milks. I'm glad they didn't call Mikey Two Milks. I love Mikey, but he'd make shit up about me just for fun. But Mikey Two Matches from jail, my buddy from jail, love Mikey. Moody decided that, and by the way, I got a lot of screenshots and a lot of DMs from people who are teetering on the edge. I'm not going to give away their names. I'm not going to be a dick like that. But a lot of people who are teetering on the edge, and they're saying publicly and privately to me, starting to think this Moody guy might just be a really mentally ill autistic. And I have to fight the urge to go, I fucking told you that. I have to fight that urge because, again, when people start questioning their religion, hang back, don't push them. So I'm not pushing anybody. Explore your feelings. Feel your feelings. This is not your religion. I am not your God. I am not your new guy. I'm a schlocky, boring radio morning podcast host stuck in the wrong place. But it's good that you're questioning. And the questions I see a lot of you asking are the right questions. You're on the right track. Don't let me dissuade you. But this Moody, I'll tell you this. A lot of you are blaming Carl. A lot of people are calling it Carl Capone's vault. I watched the interview. Carl was uncomfortable playing that thing from Jump Street. I guarantee there were moments where Carl was asking everyone involved, Patrick involved, Moody involved. Tukey, I think they're more for just commentary. And I have an offer for Tukey towards the later in today's show. But, you know, people are saying, Carl fucked this up. Carl's a piece of shit. Carl's this, Carl's that. Guys, Carl is a born follower. Carl is not a leader who's going to take things on himself and push. Moody is psychotic. Moody is the kind of kid who puts the firecrackers up Bullfrog's ass and feels nothing when it goes off. Moody will stumble into leadership roles as long as dummies will follow him. So he had this idea to interview this Mikey because, again, they operated on their religion that Aaron must not be telling the truth because we feel this all makes Aaron look good. Now, my response would be, none of this makes Aaron look good. Aaron was in fucking jail. Jail is a bad place to be. Like I said numerous times when I came back, I would have rather been on my couch bored than in jail having a good time. I would have rather been out in damp weather, raking leaves in freezing cold weather than having a good time on the basketball court in jail. But this was not a Carl production. I could tell during that interview when they played it, Carl didn't want to be playing it. And I'll tell you how you can notice this if you speak Carl. Carl has an insecure tell. It's the high-pitched voice. It's the fast speech pattern. And it's the tone in which he sounds like he's trying to convince you of something he doesn't even believe. He's a terribly paper-thin, see-through personality. So Carl, during that whole interview, was pausing constantly. He was interrupting Mikey constantly as they were replaying it because he knew if you would have played that interview all the way through, it probably would have ended their show. Now, some people are saying it's going to end their show anyway. I'm going to tell you this right now. It's not going to end their show. They all need the money, and they have nobody to replace me. There is nobody with the size audience I have. There is nobody as engaging. There is nobody as interesting. They've tried to make it Keanu. I think eventually they're going to turn on either Nick or Mersh, and they're going to make them kind of the target of that world. Because, you know, while a lot of people say, oh, this is the end, it's over, it's over. I mean, it's only over if you guys, their audience, decide it's over. That's completely up to you. I have no control over that. Again, if you're questioning your religion, that's great. I don't care what you do. But Carl interrupting as many times as he did, he had a feeling that if he let that play, it would have burned everything to the ground. So he had to stop, and this is a common Carl thing. Does it with John all the time, too. Wait until you guys find out that John isn't the supervillain that you guys have painted him to be the last 4 years. He's just kind of a dopey guy. But that's for a different, let's not question too much in one day. Carl has a habit of pausing things a lot when he feels like either the public opinion is going against him or the narrative isn't being set the way he needs it to. You saw it with the Rich Voss thing that Keanu exposed at the, not Simpcast, the Content Suite or whatever. When Carl has no ability to ad-lib. He has no plan B. You know, they say this in fighting. You know, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. You got to have a plan B. Carl gets punched in the face. He panics and tries to convince people that you didn't see me get punched. That didn't happen. So Carl he interrupted this Mikey interview every 30 seconds to reset the narrative for everyone, to convince them that what they were hearing, they weren't really hearing, because all of their fans were writing in and saying, this is garbage. It turns out Toe told the truth. You guys were lying about the Toe. I think this is the end of your show. I mean, even Tukey, Tukey was starting to question his religion. Rocco's definitely shaken by all this. Rocco, even at the sentencing hearing, went, I don't get what your guys' problem with Aaron is. He's got normal hair. He seems like a normal guy, and Quick Trip rules, and it does. I will agree with Rocco on that. But with this, the Tukey puppet kept saying, guys, this is really bad for you. Like, guys, Aaron just sounds like he was a really sweet guy. Like, he was a nice guy in there. Like, this, Mikey really hey, Mikey, he likes it. You know? So Carl had to keep pausing and reframing the narrative. And it was wild to watch. And I will say this, I was thinking the entire time. And remember, I'm the guy who looks golden in all this. But even I was watching it going, why didn't you delete this and never let it see the light of day? And they're like, well, we're honest and we had to play it even though, no. You thought people would think this was good. You saw the commentary and then you panicked and went, oh, no, it's not because we're autistic and insane. We're just being really honest and transparent. Guys, you think anybody with an IQ over room temperature is buying that? Come on, boys. So they go and they do this whole interview. It's an absolute disaster. And like I said, it should have been deleted. It should have never saw the light of day. They should have never broadcast it. But they did because they had nothing else that day. This was it. They put all their chips to the middle of the table. Now, I said a long time ago, I said the war's over and I won. And people went, oh, come on, Aaron, come on. And now, a couple months later, boom. The Soviets enter Berlin. and blow the swastika off the Reichstag building. That's right. In this analogy, I'm not the Nazis. So they play this interview. It goes poorly. Everyone talks about what a disaster it is. I start getting DMs from a lot of their fans, and a lot of their fans are on message boards in full revolt. This is where it gets tricky for me. I'm not going to recruit anyone. I'm really not even going to try to do the I told you so. I'm not intentionally trying to do any I told you so's. I'm going to accept this graciously. When your enemies are making mistakes, don't interrupt them. And I think this goes a long way to establish that, hey, I may not like this Aaron guy, but he's trustworthy. The shit he says you can take to the bank. Because not only did they expose that everything I said about my experience is true, which, why wouldn't it be? They think it makes me look good. I think it makes me look like I went to fucking jail. I just thought I had some funny stories from jail that I would share with my audience. They thought it made me look good, which says a lot about... Anyway, I think that this not only makes them look terrible and untrustworthy, and people are starting to see what I've been saying about this Moody. I said, this guy's not smart. This guy's not the guy you think he is. He's just a really vengeful, mentally ill, parasocial autist. And he exposed that on his own. I don't have to tell you guys these things. And I don't have to tell you I was right when I end up being right. Even the people who hate my guts, I saw a lot of them seeing it. I saw a lot of them understanding that. So I'm going to respect that. But there was one part, I'm going to go through a couple parts of the interview that I thought were wild. There was one, and I'm going to miss so many. I should have taken more notes. There was one part where Moody was like, Aaron said he was good at basketball. Is that true? Like, Moody asked all of his questions like a vengeful ex-girlfriend. And again, this is a guy I don't know, never met the gal. I don't know the guy. He goes, Aaron said he was good at basketball. Was that true? And Mikey's like, oh, yeah, he was really good. He was really good at basketball. He was good at I will say, I know they weren't laughing. I know it wasn't the interview they wanted, but I want to pay them this compliment. I laughed my fucking ass off at this Mikey interview. There were several parts where I paused it and I went, that's my boy Mikey. That's my guy. So Mikey says, yeah, he was really good at basketball. And then they ask him, because remember, I must have made up the Larry Bird thing. Nobody called me Larry Bird, so on and so forth. They didn't ask him, did he get nicknamed Larry Bird? They asked Mikey, did he have any nicknames on the basketball court? Mikey goes, yeah, we called him Larry Bird. I had to pause there, too. And just watching their faces all shrink. And, God bless Carl, because when Moody looked depressed, Patrick and Tukey were both like, guys, this is making us look fucking terrible. What are you guys doing? They were having a really hard... I don't know, like, one of them did a cope stream afterwards, but at least one of them. But they play that part, and they decide, for some reason, to keep going. They ask Mikey, like, oh, did he, he called him, Aaron called himself the facilitator of fun. And I don't know if I did, but if I did, great branding. Aaron called himself the facilitator of fun. Was that true? And Mikey goes, oh, yeah, I would say that's true. And then they were asking, like, have you played a lot of basketball since? We haven't played 2-on-2 since Aaron left. I'm like, oh, that made me feel bad. Bro, that legit made me feel like volunteering and seeing, like, can I go do indoor rec, like, once a week? Can I go back into the jail and get these guys set up on some 2-on-2, pickup games and shit? I feel bad. And then they were like, there's no way anybody knows who Aaron is. Nobody. He told you all that he had a show. You guys found out he had a show because he told you. He said a bunch of people said he had a show in there. And Mikey goes, oh, yeah, no, we didn't know from him. One of the COs told us in the rec room. They pointed and said, that guy has a show. And, like, everybody was so blown away by this because they listened to those guys and the reality that they've created for themselves. This blew their mind that all of this stuff was true. And I'm sitting here going, guys, what reason do I have to make that up? Don't listen to these apes that you're smarter than. Use your fucking head. Jail is not a good place to be. So Moody said something in the interview that I thought was so precious. I had to pause it because, again, it was a funny moment. Moody doesn't know he was being funny in this moment. I am a very friendly, funny, jovial guy in real life. I make friends pretty easy. If I go somewhere where I don't know people, I'm going to end up in a social circle by the end of the night. It's just it's a gift I have. I'm a friendly guy. Mikey says, oh, yeah, he was really friendly. He made friends really easy. All the black guys thought he was great. And even when he didn't want his cookies, he shared his cookies with me. And it's like this vomit. Even I wanted to puke. I'm like, this Aaron guy sounds like a fucking Boy Scout. I hate him. So Moody said something that I thought was so precious, and I thought it really kind of highlights what I've been saying about Moody's severe mental illness. Moody goes, well, here on the outside, we know Aaron. And I paused it. I'm like, that's your problem, buddy. No, you don't. Like all of this. Wait a minute. This was what led them into this massive failure. This is why I knew that this fuck Aaron movement they were on wasn't going to last. Because what you have to do when it comes to feuds, whether it's radio wars, podcast wars, whatever, you got to do what I do. You got to take your shots, get out and laugh. You can't linger. You can't sit there because it just, every second that you spend obsessing on something, you risk exposing yourselves. And that's it can happen little by little, or it can happen all at once. For them, it happened all at once. Moody exposed himself with things like, well, on the outside, we know Aaron. Moody, sweetheart, take your pills. You don't know me. I don't know you. I know what you've shown us, and I'll say this, you should probably get some help. But then again, I think he's alone, right? Is he in I don't know because I don't know him. I think he's alone, so he might be harmless. He can probably just either get help or stay away from people. One of the two. Look what you did to Carl. You ruined Carl's fucking career. Everybody's blaming Carl for this. It wasn't Carl's fault. Carl's a clipper. That's all Carl is. Carl is so thorough Joe Burrow. He's doomed. He's just a clipper. The other guys are the show people. Carl's the facilitator of fun. He just grabs the clips. He can't ad-lib. He has no plan B. He's not a funny guy. If he's ever said anything worthy of merit, I would have remembered it. So Moody going, we know Aaron on the outside. Well, Mahmoud, I think this interview proved, with all due respect, you don't know shit, kid. And your audience is now starting to see it. And if those guys try to deflect onto Carl and make this all about him, look, the only sin Carl committed was showing bad judgment by playing this thing. The other thing Carl did was overcoping. Carl tried to overcope. Like by the end of watching this interview, everyone was writing me, telling me what a win this was for the toe. And this is your greatest moment ever. I guess I'm not a big enough sadist because by the time I got done watching this interview, I felt bad. Like it was like, stop hitting them. They're dead already. Especially poor Carl, because poor Carl kept trying to spin it. And it was like watching a man being squeezed by a boa constrictor, because every time Carl tried to squirm out more, you saw the audience just squeezing on him and yelling cope. And these are his own people. They're yelling, Carl, you're coping. Why you fucked this up? Carl was handed chicken shit and they asked him to make chicken salad. It's not his fault. He was presented with a shitty idea from the camel jockey. The idea was executed by untalented people outside of Rocco. I think that Tukey character does take talent. It was untalented people. 3 out of the 4 are incredibly devoid of any skills. And Carl had to make the most of it. And Carl's not a make the most of it kind of guy. Carl's, I autistically gathered a bunch of clips. I have a bunch of people on here who I hope are funny. They're going to try and make the show. Carl is the Opie of his universe. And that's not disrespect. That's just what he is. So you can't blame Carl for this. You got to blame Patrick and Moody for this, because this was their brainchild. This was their idea. The other troubling thing about this, they have a girl in their universe who knows legal stuff. And she's absolutely right, by the way. What they did was illegal. It's against Minnesota law. You can't do that. whatever. Do with that what you will. She warned them. She gave them specific statutes. And she said, you cannot call a prisoner in a jail and air your conversation in the media without the jail and the county's permission. It's against the law. And they didn't listen to her. Everyone made fun of her. No, we got to get the toe. We got to own the toe. There were people in their own community warning them, we don't have to do this. And they were arrogant and they were sloppy. They were lazy. I was lucky. I'll visit them soon, as they say. They fucked this up, not just one time, but it was a choose your own adventure book where they took every wrong turn at every fork in the road. It was brutal. Now, my analysis of the interview would be that. My analysis of the people who ran the interview would be, holy cope. I mean, you could have just disowned it and said we shouldn't have aired it. This was bad. This was terrible. We look like shit. Aaron's telling the truth. Aaron's probably a good guy. But you can't do that. It would cost you too much money. I get that. You need the money. I'm not going to shit on anybody's money. But you really couldn't have handled this worse. It was really, really, really bad. The one thing I am pissed off about, I will say this. Mikey's a really good fucking guy. And I like Mikey. You notice when we talked about Mikey on this show, we were having fun. We were being jokey. It was a good time. There was nothing. We even said, we're like, he didn't do what he did. Somebody must have pissed him off. But I mean this about Mikey. Mikey was one of those guys who was in there that made me see, it made me see that a lot of these guys are in the wrong place. Mikey doesn't belong in jail. Mikey belongs in some type of mental health facility. Mikey's got all kinds of problems. I'm guessing Mikey had a really rough upbringing. Mikey deserves better than jail. And so for these guys to call him, lie to him, tell them that they were from some show that talks about local radio shows, which they don't. Unless I missed their Cat and JJ episode, I don't know. I must have missed that one. They lied to this poor kid. They publicized all of his thoughts, everything else. A guy who's considered not competent to stand trial right now. So a guy who's got mental health problems isn't competent to stand trial yet. They interviewed that guy under false pretenses and then released it to the world. Now, I don't know if that could have an impact on him in jail. I'm going to call Stearns County today. I'm going to let them know what happened because I don't want him getting in trouble. I want to explain to them that Mikey didn't do anything wrong. This is not anything Mikey did. Mikey was taken advantage of. I don't want to see Mikey get moved because people like him there. Mikey has friends there. Like, this is what kind of pissed me off. Like, as much as people want to say, win for the toe, win for the toe. I'm sorry. I guess I'm more of a human being than a lot of you thought. This guy doesn't deserve that. And this guy has friends. And this is this guy's home. This is where this guy's living right now. He has a very serious case pending, and he can't make bail, and he can't get out. And this is what I'm talking about with the problem of our system. Just because this guy's poor, he can't go home. He can't go anywhere because he's poor. He hasn't been convicted of anything yet. He's not even considered competent to stand trial. This is where he has to live. He has no other choice. And you invaded that and you took it away. So I'm going to make sure Stearns County knows Mikey had no... Fuck these internet guys and their feelings. I don't care. I like Mikey. I know Mikey personally. I got Mikey's back, and I'm not going to let him be a pawn in some kind of really shitty, autistic, mentally ill, love drama obsession somebody has with me so that he can get hurt. Because nobody gives it, and that's the thing. A lot of these guys in there, what Moody and Carl and Patrick did, and make no mistake, they were all in on it. What these guys did was what Mikey has had people do to him probably his entire fucking life. Take advantage of him, lie to him, use him so they can accomplish their own ends, and then discard him when it's all over. That's probably been Mikey's experience his whole fucking life. This is where it got him. And now these guys claiming to be some kind of arbiters of morality or we're going to get the toe, they fuck with this guy more. That part's not okay. I laughed at a lot of parts of the interview, and I was like, yeah, Mikey, good job, buddy. Love it. Great work. The part that pissed me off was that they took a really good guy who's had a really shitty life, a life none of us can understand. We cannot fathom the problems that Mikey has had to counter. Problems that if we had to encounter them in our own life, if Moody had to live the life Mikey did, Moody would have hanged himself by now. Carl too, all of them. These are not strong-willed people. So for them to take a guy like that, and because they can't get over me, because Aaron has to be bad, they overchased a false narrative. They're not going to get this poor bastard in trouble. I will see to that. That part I didn't like, because that's the real life part. That's not the internet part. You know, I mean, now that you guys who all hate the toe have seen that I was telling the fucking truth about my experience in there, I'll use that part now so you can take this to the bank. As they say, I'll keep it a buck. That's a good fucking guy, and I'm not going to let anybody fuck his shit up. So yes, I will be contacting everyone I need to contact to let them know you have an inmate. He didn't do anything wrong. He was taken advantage of by leeches, liars, and parasites. Just Mikey's all right. These guys did it, not Mikey. Because that's the last thing a guy like Mikey needs. So when you sit here and you go, oh, I guess Toe was telling the truth. Toe was telling the truth. Here's another thing Toe was telling the truth about. I have a shitload of empathy for people like Mikey. I learned a lot about people like Mikey while I was in there. And I don't like the way our system treats people like Mikey and Alec and everybody else I was in there with. I don't like the way the system treats them. I'm one of the lucky ones. I can look after myself. Those guys have I have a huge support system. I have people who love me. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. Those guys don't. And because you don't have any friends and because you have nothing going on in your life other than Aaron seems happy, how can I take that away from him? You go and you involve a guy, a vulnerable adult like that. It's fucking disgusting. And if you want, and again, I know a lot of you are questioning your religion today. And I don't want to push you. I don't want to pull you. Feel your feelings, whatever. I want you to think if Mikey was one of your own, how would that shit make you feel? If you had a Mikey in your life who struggled for 30 years, I bet you this guy hasn't had a solid 365 days in any one of his fucking 30 years. Before you go, this is all jokes. This is all internet. This is all whatever. Say, Mike, if Mikey was your brother, your son, your dad, whatever, would you want him treated that way? I hope not. So that's it was funny. It was great. It was, all the win for the toe. This is the end of the piggy show or whatever. The piggy jumped the shark. All of that was funny. But the fucking with Mikey part is not okay. That's not okay. Mikey Goofs with 199 says, you are your brother's keeper. Rally for Mikey. Rally for Mikey indeed. Redbird with $1 says, just so you're dreading Friday, there's a polka version of 30-point buck. Okay, I need to address that with the audience here. So Friday, we had one of our greatest Rumble Fridays ever. But it was on the back of people playing the worst song in the world, 30-point buck. This song is a legend in the Midwest. And 30-point buck is terrible. I mean, it's everything people stereotype about Midwestern humor. And it's by a band called like Bananas Incorporated or something like that. And the audience kept sending it in. And it pissed me off so much. And I let it show. And now people are finding, for deer hunting season, they're finding more versions of 30-point buck. So thank you. $2 from TDR Shit Show says, good morning. Next time you do an interview, would you be able to post it up on Rumble? Watched it on YouTube, was about to quit watching due to ads every damn 5 minutes. Yes, I can do that today, as a matter of fact. Oh, by the way, Sam Darnold, someone said in chat, Sam Darnold, 8-2 now with the Seahawks. Yes, I've noticed. Veldrain with $1 says, I saw a 30-point buck. It's over there. Shut up. Shut up. Clippers Unite with $1. I will say this. I'm glad to see Clippers unite. Not questioning his religion. I like that Clippers Unite is still a dyed-in-the-wool apologist. Did you go to church after the Hobby Lobby extravaganza, or did you spend hundreds of dollars to watch other men play sports? The second question, yes, of course. The first question, sir, do you not know? Hobby Lobby is a Christian organization. They are church. We bought a couple of artsy crucifixes while we were there. I'll have you know. Thank you, Clippers Unite. You always give me the best stuff to pivot on. Redbird with $1 says, this is gay as fuck. Also, why do you have a pathological need to make excuses for in a heartbeat? Are you talking about Mikey? Ray Peacock says, Carl is the next lol cow, the next stut Joe. I mean, if you've been paying attention, Carl's been a lol cow for a long time. Numero uno with $1 says, there's like half a dozen guys here who would prefer you discuss news stories you barely know anything about instead of topical things directly related to you and the show. What a bunch of dopes. I know this sucks to hear, but it's actually the majority want to hear that. Like, I'd love to sit here and break this thing down all day. I can't. People will leave. The audience will get mad. Redbird with $1 says, this is gay as fuck. Oh, here it is. Also, why do you have a pathological need to make excuses for people that have repeatedly demonstrated they will happily stab you in the back? How did Mikey stab me in the back? Of all the takes I've heard of this, Mikey stabbing me in the back is not one I've heard yet, but I will thank you for the $1. Miss Tay gifting 5 memberships. Give her a karmic.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
All right, I need to keep track of these because I need to update our standings now that we've got a little bit of a break in the action. Miss Tay with $25. We got Shit Show with a $5. Michael with 20 earlier this morning. So let's put Shit Show in third place with a 5. And then I think that's the only 5 pluses that we have so far. A lot of 1s and 2s. I appreciate those guys. Gifted memberships are great too. Let me catch up with all of these. Zenman with $1 says, R.I.P. Johnny.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Johnny will be here at 7 o'clock. 191 Redbird with $1 says, change the goddamn subject already. We paid a fuckload of money to not discuss drama. You see what I mean? There's a lot of people like this, a lot of them, and they're our base audience. They're the guys who pay the bills, you know. Norm McDonald with 279 says, what streets do Moody's people poop on? Akmood? They're calling Moody a street shitter. They're calling him a Pajit. I think he's more a camel jockey, but I'm not sure. He's, who knows what his mom fucked. Jerry Shepardini with $2 says, for Mikey's civil suit against WATP. The A is going to stand for arbitration. No, I mean, look, I don't want Mikey catching any shit for that. And I'm just going to call and I'm going to make sure today that Mikey doesn't catch any shit. Because Mikey's people were saying in the chat, like, isn't he an arsonist? That's not what I mean. What Mikey's alleged to have done is a bad thing. But Mikey is mentally unfit to stand trial. Mikey has all kinds of problems that you need doctors to fix. And you don't get that in jail. You know, they give you meds. That's it. So I don't want that. I don't want that for poor Mikey. Let's go through a couple of free ones here. I appreciate your guys' start, but I think just because they don't have money. Tommy Jordan left a super chat. It left my screen here. Let's go find that. There it is. You're fumbling the only win you've ever had. Oh, dude, Tommy. I know you're trying to pick up like the broken pieces of the Dabbleverse and make a name for yourself. You got to be one thing. Look at what happened to those guys on Friday. Take that as an example. Attacking my integrity doesn't work because when you go outside this universe, you only got people to confirm the stories. Tommy, I know you're trying to pick up the pieces. I know you're trying to do a gimmick, brother. I know you got a very small channel. Let me try and help you out. This is the wrong way. This is I won the whole war months before this ever happened. You're just learning now. Number 2, I'm not fumbling this at all. Mikey is a really good guy, literally a piece of shit arsonist who tasted better Mikey or Nick, also don't snitch. What snitch? I don't want a guy who I think has been taken advantage of to get in trouble. That's what I would say. Norm McDonald with 279 says, what street do Moody's? Oh, that's the street shitting one. Arch Magus Tim says that whole interview was just screwed up. Mikey didn't deserve that. Justice for Mikey and mental illness. Yeah, you would think both Carl and Moody would have a little empathy for a guy who's mentally ill. I mean, look, they act like I'm their ex-girlfriend, for God's sake. For God's sake. Menthol Man says, so you are bragging about beating a mentally handicapped person at basketball. When you turn 38 and haven't played basketball in a long time, yes, you will too. You will too. I'm just warning. Mint Diggity says, take notes, Tommy. Write this down. Write this down. Take a little note to remind you in case you didn't know. Mint Diggity says, Mikey said you were a real one. LOL. Exactly. I mean, it's almost like when I say, hey, when you go outside your universe, you guys, your whole narrative falls apart. Redbird with $1 says, not Mikey. He's another relatively innocent person you dragged into your horse shit. I meant Carl. Yeah, right. Exactly. Brett McCart says, what's wrong with Mikey? We didn't get into that. Redbird with $1 says, you should talk to a lawyer before you call the county. Oh, I did. Believe me. This was, not to give too much away, but my attorney and I were both like, there's no way they're going to actually play that. Like, they're not that dumb. And we're just like, well, shut up. We'll be quiet. Like, we're not going to say, we don't want to spook them. Let them do their thing. And then even my attorney was like, they fucking did. Like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever. I'm like, I guess. They had their own people warning them, like their own people. There was one girl who was like, guys, this is stupid. And they all yelled at her. Like, people are sending me screenshots of this poor woman fighting with people. And I'm like, this girl, first of all, seems like she's no fan of mine. But it seems like her takes are very reasonable. These seem very, like, even with my stuff, she had some pretty good takes. It was Friday, right? Her name's Friday. She seemed like she knew what she was talking about. And she was just riling people up and triggering them and getting them pissed. And she turned out to be right. She turned out to be right. Oh, no. Oh, geez. Becoming a member for 40 months.
Oh, no. Oh, geez.
He says today is the 50th anniversary of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald going down and inspiring a great song. You know what it is? You know what's funny about this is that even when you watch the news coverage of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, like, everybody's facts come from the Gordon Lightfoot song. None of it, like, I haven't seen experts come on to talk about it or anything. They're like almost quoting the lyrics in the Gordon Lightfoot song word for word for like their history of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Jerry Shepardini says, pretty dumb, though. The bit sucked. Carl was worked up in a get Aaron frenzy, and he stepped on a rake. It happens. I admire that Carl took the shot. The only thing was, the one critique I will have of that part is you could tell Carl was squirming and insecure and wormy because he was pausing it every couple of seconds so he could try to reset the narrative. Carl doesn't like it when people aren't thinking what he's thinking. He has a hard time handling it. And he was trying to constantly break into the interview. And I guess I'm biased because I wanted them to keep playing the interview. I'm like, no, let Mikey speak. He sounds like he knows it all. This Mikey guy's pretty sharp. But Carl's one of those guys. He's not like me where he can work in a hostile environment. I love that shit. Carl can't work with a negative approval rating. It bothers him that strangers on the internet don't like him. I don't understand it. I don't get it. But there it is. That's just who Carl is. And I did notice, by the end of it, I did feel bad for Carl. I was like, stop kicking him. He's dead already. Because he kept pausing it to try and get his copes out. And that was really tough to watch. So thank you guys very much. I'm not going to out any of you who sent me DMs. I'm not going to out any of you who said that, oh, you like me now, or, oh, you weren't as, not really like me, but you aren't as bad as I thought, and these guys were full of shit. And I'm going to handle this like a gentleman. Like I said, the people hosting the show, fuck that. They are who I told you they were. But the rest of you, I will say, just because you don't like them doesn't mean you have to like me. You don't, because I'm not going to do what you want me to do either. What you want me to do is like, oh, go back and get them and interview this person and interview that. That stuff doesn't bring me happiness. That doesn't bring me joy. I also don't think it's good broadcasting. I think it's bottom of the barrel. Any person with Down syndrome can do it. People with Down syndrome are probably too nice to do shit like that. It's probably beneath them. So I don't know. Just because you hate them, like, go ahead and hate them. I think that's great. But I'm probably not going to be your cup of tea, because we're going to talk about the news and my life and stupid stories and shit like that. And it's going to be a, wacky little morning show. You're going to hate it. I'm just glad to, look, hate my guts all you want. Think I'm the worst guy in the world. But here's what I would encourage you to do. Think independently. Don't let other people tell you how to think. Look where it gets you. Hate my guts for the actual reason you should be hating my guts. It was fun. Again, I will say it was fun to watch people watch the lights turn on that Aaron's been right when they go, wait, is Aaron actually a character on the air? And he's not that over the top in real life? And I'm like, no shit. You think? Maybe a little? Like the thing I've been saying for about 20 years, maybe? Well, no, Aaron lies about everything. Well, here's an entire, one of the biggest stories he's ever told was true every single time. Now, this should cause you to go back and go, oh, maybe we've been making the candied bacon joke, but Aaron and April were making candied bacon that day. It just, you guys made up the part where it was at my house. I didn't say that. Maybe that was true. Maybe all this other shit is true. Wow. The other person we've been taking Aaron information from seems to be a confirmed liar over and over and over again. Maybe Aaron's not full of shit. Now, still hate my guts. Still think I'm the worst thing that ever happened. I don't want you to jump on my side right away. Now, if you do jump on this side and you find that this show is an easier hang and it's a little more fun to listen to and we cover more shit, I think that's great. But don't just do it because you hate the other guys. The other guys are hateable without me. All right? They've always been hateable. They didn't change on you. You just discovered it. So stay on that journey. Keep riding that wave. Don't let me knock you off it. That's all. Let's go into a couple other people here. $1 from numero uno, Josh Denny fan, says Carl should have done his homework. I mean, I don't think you need to do your homework. I think you should have known that this was a really retarded idea from Jump Street, proposed to you by a retarded Jeep who said, I think we should call a guy in jail, circumvent the county process, and then air it as an interview. You don't need to do your homework to go, hey, this is retarded and this is something we should stay far away from. I don't think that's necessarily something you need to, quote unquote, do your homework on. All right, Tommy Jordan's back in my good graces. He writes, in Carl's defense, that's the first time he's ever spoken to a black guy. That's... Well, Kumia told him they're not human, so Carl had to believe that because you can't disagree when someone's cock's in your mouth. Thank you very much to Jason with $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, Jason. Give that kid a karmic.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
We got to update our standings here. 20 from Jason. And then in fourth place, we've got Shit Show with $5. And then in central booking, Arch Magus Tim with $5. Arch Magus with 5. All right, we have our baseline set for today. 190. Holy shit! Thank you guys. Is the number for today? Thank you very much. Norm McDonald with 279 says, what terrorist cell is A.K. Moody in? Al Qaeda. See, Algaida. Mint Diggity says, Carl is just an unlikable person. He is not a cool guy. Everything about him is lame. Yes, I do. If you think I'm a piece of shit, I still want you to feel comfortable coming here. Just because you found out that Carl sucks and Moody sucks and Patrick and Mel. Also, I want you to leave Tukey out of this. I think Tukey's still all right. There's still hope for Tukey. In fact, I want to extend the offer for Tukey to be this Thursday's guest when I record the Saturday interview. I want to sit down. I would like to sit down with Rocco and discuss all the characters. I would like to have just a conversation, like an interview with Rocco about all the characters he does. But if it's just Tukey, I think that would be fun too. So AaronImholtRadio@gmail.com. Let's have Tukey record an interview on Thursday because I think he's the redeemable one out of that group. I do. I don't want everybody to throw, Tukey in with the dirty Pajit shit street shit and bathwater, Don't throw him in the Ganges, too. Carl, yeah, he looks really bad right now. Moody, he looks like a psychopath right now. They all look bad. Rocco is the most honest one out of all of them. I'll say that. Balls Deep putting Tommy Jordan's link in the chat. Yeah, Tommy needs a boost. Let's give Tommy a boost. Mint Diggity says, balls in your court, Rocco. Yeah. No. What does KB say? Clip it. Clip it. And get it to Rocco. Let's get him in here. He can do it as Tukey, or he can do it as Rocco, or he can do it as all of them. He can do the three faces of Foley on a Thursday. Carl should play you in hoops. That would not go well. That would not go well. It would be extremely painful for you. Oh, boy. Miss Tay says the only one with integrity is OJ Simpson. Oh, he's a fruit, right? Not like a homosexual, not like Moody fruit. He's the orange, right? Yeah, I've seen a couple clips of the orange guy like confronting people and like having some balls. I like a guy who hates everyone in that universe is probably a stand-up dude. If we're keeping it a buck. Also, before we bring Johnny on here, I did watch about an hour and a half of the Ethan Ralph stream. I don't know, like watching the Ralph stream. First of all, Jesse is the king of the sector. I mean, Jesse is fantastic. Jesse is so entertaining. I laughed out loud at numerous Jesse PS moments. He did a great job on that. I watched about an hour and a half. It was, Ralph put on a good show, but the content he put out there, I know people want me to celebrate it and all that stuff. It was sad. It was really sad. Like, it didn't make me feel good. That's not part of my life anymore. I don't particularly have an investment in it. As a neutral observer, as a spectator, I felt like I was watching something I'm not supposed to be watching. I felt like I was watching what was essentially Ralph's show was covering people's descent into madness and mental breakdowns. And yeah, I mean, I would just say the whole thing was rather sad. Not Ralph's part of it. I thought Ralph, sober Ralph can really host a show. But Jesse compliments Ralph so well. They should be doing shows together, I think. Jesse spurred out because of Shaman. I liked the Jesse promo that he cut on Shaman. I thought that was great. I thought that was really, really good. Miss Tay says Ralph was sad. Yeah, Ralph. It was like watching, that it was like watching George have to put down Lenny. It was like watching Carol in The Walking Dead have to shoot the little girl in the back of the head. It was like watching them have to put down Old Yeller. You could tell that. I mean, it was like watching Shawn Michaels super kick Ric Flair. You could tell Ralph didn't want to do it, but he did. Mikey Goofs with 199 says Moody's dad fled Iraq when Saddam took over. FYI. Oh, that's too bad. If only we could have shown him what was going to happen as a result. He's like, oh, that's my son. We should probably stay here for the betterment of humanity. $1 from Hulkamasha Baby says, you saying this person's the king of this or I'm the draw for these guys is basically you saying you're the smartest retard in special ed. 1,000% accurate. I cannot argue with what you're saying. Yeah, Zen Man Builds, that episode of the Kill Stream should have been titled, Look at the Flowers. Look at the flowers. Or tell me about the rabbits. Let's go to Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. He texts in. To our crippled Johnny, sleep in, brother. We have the gay sunglasses, and we'll see you in Valhalla. Well, I think if that's the case, we should go ahead and bring him in here. There he is. Where's your camera?
What? Oh, dude, I have it. I forgot to switch it over.
Boy, your first day of 7 o'clock, and here we go.
Yep.
We're coming in, ripping and firing.
I forgot to hit the virtual webcam button.
He sure did, folks. Did you hear that? He forgot to hit there he is. There's Johnny. Welcome to the program, buddy. How are you?
My gut feels horrible, but other than that, I'm great. How are you? I heard you had an interesting weekend. Well, I mean, heard you had an interesting weekend about you.
In my personal life, I had a very fun, busy, time-consuming weekend. Mm-hmm. The stuff that happened online, apparently I racked up wins standing still.
That sounds very, very painful.
For you. It was, it was weird. I had people writing me and sending me. I've got screenshots on top of screenshots. People, they're coping now. And you know what's really fucking gross? The people who were sending me those screenshots are people who think I'm a complete piece of shit. They're people who hate my guts. So it's not like everyone thinks, oh, another win for the toe. This isn't going to gain me a single fan. All it's going to do is these people are now just going to hate those guys too.
Hooray.
So it's going to be, hey, Aaron, you won. Great. What did I win? Those guys don't get a brand new car. What is that?
I really feel like that's a neutral gain for me. I don't really gain or minus. It's outside my realm of effect.
And you're still yawning. You're still.
I can't.
Oh.
I can't help it, man.
My picture fell down. I hit the table so hard that SP's picture she got me. It's not worth the jail time.
That is very funny.
I hit the table so goddamn hard that my picture fell.
I told you this thing it's involuntary. I can't control it. It's not me anymore.
I'm gonna ask the question. I'm gonna ask the question that any dad would ask.
What's that?
Could it be weed related?
I would say yes, but I'm not smoking weed yet today.
I was expecting you to say no. That, Aaron, you're being silly.
I wouldn't count anything specifically out. I haven't smoked weed today, especially in the amounts that would make me sleepy. And the worst part is it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen, late at night. It happens just in the morning period from like about 6 to 10:45, 11 o'clock. I have uncontrollable yawns, regardless of how much sleep I get. I got plenty of sleep. I woke up before my alarm today because I still slept in by comparison of when I normally get up. So I don't know what the cause is. I'm taking multivitamins. I'm getting more sunlight.
Do I, what it could be, and you just won't say it because you're being too nice.
What?
You're just bored as shit by this show.
No, because if that were the case, I wouldn't do it anymore.
Oh. So it's when Johnny stops yawning that we need to be concerned. That's apparently the message we're getting today. No, so yes, for all the people saying, Aaron, say it, another win for the toe, another win for the toe. I didn't win anything. Here's what happened. Other
people lost.
Right. Everything I said turned out to be true. Every analysis I've ever given of these people turned out to be true. But here's the thing. I can't come out and say I was right, ha, 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 because then I'm the asshole and everything. So basically, this is not a win for the toe. This is a massive fucking L for those guys. It's a big difference. Because I didn't win anything. Here's what you need to understand. I knew I was telling the truth the entire time. I know that every story I tell on this show is, it's like a movie based on a true story. It's like, yes, what happened, happened. You know, if you're anybody who tells a story, they're embellishing or heightening the size of the fish or anything else for effect in the story. But I'm telling you the straight facts. They didn't. They lied to you. They made shit up, and they've been lying to you for 2 years, and now you finally found out they've been lying to you, and it hurts really bad. Again, I've been saying all this morning, if you're questioning your religion to them, I think that's wonderful. But that doesn't mean you have to like me. That doesn't mean I'm going to try and pull you over to our side. Not in a million years.
Look, I'm still a piece of shit.
Right.
But so are they.
Feel your feelings is what I'm saying. Feel your feelings. I agree with all of you. Like, all of these people who are like, they're pieces of shit, they suck, they're blah, blah. You're right. Now, because this interview didn't work, a lot of their fans in their message boards and shit are coping by saying, well, isn't this psychotic behavior to be running down this jail guy and interview? Yes, but that's everything they've ever done has been this level of psychotic and more. Guys, this isn't new. Again, this is where I need to pump the brakes because I'm not yelling at you. I'm just, you know me, like during COVID, I was one of those guys, Corey always yelled at me for this. Aaron, you're too forgiving. And I'm like, look, I want people in the tent. I want a big tent. You know, if people are willing to admit they were wrong on COVID, better late than never. That's my attitude. Mm-hmm. You know, there's a lot of people out there now who want to say, oh, you think this was too far? Well, everything they've ever done is too far. You stupid motherfucker. Don't call him a stupid motherfucker. As someone who sometimes gets things a little late, I have a lot of empathy for people who get shit a little late, you know?
Okay. I can understand what you're saying.
So to those people, feel your feelings. You're on the right track. Keep going down that road. And I have to say one other thing, and then we'll get into Ben Shapiro and Megyn Kelly and all the reasons you're here. And, oh, did you see Kash Patel's girlfriend? Did you see the news on that this week?
No, I didn't. I missed Kash Patel's girlfriend. What'd she do?
Guess who Kash Patel's girlfriend has a lot of business and personal relationship ties to?
Oh, son of a...
I can't make this shit up. Would you like to guess?
Is it a precious metal in their last name?
Well, I don't know the specific names. It's more of a country.
All right. So does that country have a white flag with, say, some blue symbols on it?
It does. That's amazing.
Oh, wow. That's just a complete lucky
Yeah.
guess.
So the FBI director, so it didn't make sense to me because if you look at Kash Patel's girlfriend, she's not unattractive. She's a pretty good-looking girl. And I'm like, well, Kash Patel looks like a weird, goofy fuck. Like, he doesn't look like a, you know, he's no male model. He looks like he wears shoes with platforms in them. So I see this girl, and she's with Kash Patel. He's the FBI director. I guess that commands a certain level of attractiveness.
That kind of authority can attract some ladies, yeah.
Sure. You know, I mean, he's not like J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover wore his own panties. So, Kash goes out and finds his. So he has this girlfriend. He's the FBI director. But the girlfriend has Israeli connections.
Oh, boy.
It never stops. It never, ever stops. Cheeseburger Pie says, talk about being late to the party. She's part of Hollywood to start. Well, yeah, that too. Zen Man with $5 says, Aaron explained in 16 seconds. Welcome back, Hologram Johnny, until Valhalla, brother. Oh, yeah, you're dead.
Oh, I'm dead?
Yeah, you're a dead guy.
I don't know. There were there's some points this weekend where I contemplated going to visit the doctor, but yeah, I don't think I'm dead.
That's not that's not what the news is. The news is that you died.
Well, shit, that's going to make the rest of my week even more difficult.
Should we see what this me explained in 16 seconds is?
I guess.
Let's see.
I'm curious what this is.
Aaron explained in 16 seconds.
Always gotta be right with your little quips. We get it, man. You're fucking edgy and cool. Yeah, you're the coolest fucking guy at Shenanigans. Woo! That's like being the smartest kid with Down syndrome.
I have to say, that sounds like bullying to me. I don't. Zen Man, you kind of brought down the mood in the room with that Down syndrome joke.
It was uncool.
Yeah, this is a show that loves Sean and Marley. You know, this is a show that's pro Danny making grilled cheeses at night, all of that. I don't understand why you would do that, Zen Man. That's really mean-spirited. Easy Money's wife with a gifted membership over on Rumble. Thank you very much. So that puts us 175 away from today, 92 gifted memberships away from 400. Now, today's goal did start considerably lower. And the reason that happened was not only because of a massive Rumble Friday. I couldn't keep all that money. It would have been wrong. But also, the Rumble Creator Program came in. And with 1 week where we had no content on Rumble, the Rumble Creator Program payout was still pretty good. So we're throwing some of that to the goal as well. So thank you, guys. $5 from Chad D's Nuts says, damn, was hoping Johnny wasn't going to make it. Hope you had a good weekend, Toe. How do you like my Patriots?
Oh,
they're great. They're fucking great. I think your Patriots are fucking amazing. I went to the Vikings game yesterday.
And how did that go for you?
Not well. No, well, let me say this. It's always fun to go to a Vikings game. I always have a great time. I love the seats we get. It's good to see my old friend. I saw two of my. So I go to the game with my best friend. And as we're walking to our seats, we see our other best friend at the game.
You ran in just completely impromptu, just random meeting.
Yeah, he recently got engaged. He was at the game with his dad. I hadn't seen his dad in forever. And we were those stupid assholes who stood in the middle of the walking area in the concourses talking for about a minute.
Oh, wow.
And then we caught him at the bar afterwards before we went home. We got to catch up a little bit. It was great. The game itself, awesome for the first half. Second half,
Second half, kind of. Vikings did this thing where in the beginning you had hope, and then they took it from you.
Sucked a big old fat cock.
Oops.
But I had fun. All right, thank you, guys. 175 is our number for today. 92 memberships away from 400 again. Thank you for your generosity. Oh, that $20 from Jacob, by the way.
Yeah.
He says, from oh no, oh geez, a donation to change the subject, drama sucks. Oh, that 20 came in a while ago, too. I'm sorry. Bird Collector says, my kid said he thought he saw you holding hands with a couple of guys. That didn't happen. I wasn't holding hands with any guys.
You guys didn't just like link arms and frolic when you met, like, oh my God, it's been so long. Like just skip in a circle like a bunch of girls.
No, we didn't hold hands. We grabbed each other's forearms and we danced around.
I see what you're saying.
Totally different. That is
totally
not. That's not holding hands.
Incredibly masculine.
Yeah, it's not holding hands at all.
As well as the kiss.
So yes, that's all I figured I had to give the Clippers something to clip about, everyone wanted Toe's thoughts on the, again, what they're calling the big win for the Toe. I think it was just a big L for those guys. Like I said,
it's hard to be a win when it was like, look, I said this was this, and we're going to look into every aspect of it. What'd you find?
Yeah.
This was that.
And then to watch people in their own audience and their own co-hosts go, maybe Aaron's right. Maybe he really is playing a character and like performing on his show, and he's a totally different, likable guy in real life. Yeah, maybe, guys. Maybe I told you 2 years ago when you were so desperate for money and I was the only thing that could make you any money, you didn't listen. The people who do those shows are retarded. The people who watch them, there's some hope for them. I saw them. I saw those levees start to break, and I encourage them to continue searching their feelings, as we say.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I did. I got bamboozled into watching a Misery Loves Clips clip.
Okay.
This morning, and I will say one thing. Guys, stop bringing your girlfriends on shows. Just stop.
No. I'm not gonna.
You too. All of you guys. You all
here's
just
the thing, like
you all just get drunk and start fighting with other people about your girlfriends.
What?
Not yeah, I'm talking about the Misery Loves Clips thing.
Oh, yeah. No,
there's some guy I've never heard of. There's this guy, Matt. And he's got a girlfriend who I guess is a porn star. But she DMs with Mersh. First of all, stop dating these thirsty e-whores who want nothing but DMs from guys. Stop it. These are low quality.
Yeah.
Well, Pooh, I'm going to text this alcoholic.
Just in a two-piece.
No, not Eeyore, e-whores. But it's just, I'm watching this and I'm like, you don't deserve to win this. You don't deserve to win that. You're all retarded. And second of all, none of this should be a show. This isn't a show. Like, I'm watching this going, this is the death of the word show. This isn't a show. This is a family reunion drunken argument spilling out over into the neighborhood.
This is what used to be an episode of Cops.
Right.
Only now it's being filmed live and in person.
This isn't content.
Documented.
It's not a show. And I guess Mersh has now decided that he's going to take Mr. Kill Everything's place. He's going to be Kevin Brennan's new whack pack drunk who just stumbles and stammers and embarrasses himself. I guess I don't know if he was drinking to cope with the Ethan Ralph thing or what, but he was in bad shape and he could barely get a sentence out. As numero uno Josh Denny fan would say, he was the new Texas law. He was the new, what's his name?
I don't know his name.
Mr. Kill Everything. He's the new Mr. Kill Everything.
Okay.
Dark Side Aaron with $5. Oh, we've got a coper. See, now they're not all going to realize that they've been bamboozled, that they've been swindled. Dark Side Aaron with $5 says, WATP played the interview despite Aaron telling the truth. And now that's proof that they lie about you, Toe Logic. Yes, because they went the whole 2 weeks they'd been saying I'm lying about this. This couldn't have been the case. So yes, they lied. I'm sorry. I apologize that, look, it sucks. Some people handle being lied to better than others. Look, you've been lied to. You've been led astray about me by these people. You found out that what you've been believing this entire time isn't true. I'm not telling you to be a fan of me, hate my guts. What I'm saying is maybe you've invested too much in all of this.
Yeah, he totally still sucks. They were lying.
Guys, I don't suck any less because those guys suck way more. That's not how these things work. See, we got to stop talking about this fucking drama. It kills our numbers.
Right?
We talk about drama. It kills our fucking numbers all the time. So let's move on. Let's get to the news. Hit like, hit subscribe. We're done with the drama. We're done taking victory laps and all that happy horse shit. Let's get into some nonsense. Speaking of copes and speaking of L's, Ben Shapiro talked to Megyn Kelly. Mm-hmm. Megan's friends with Tucker Carlson.
Yep.
Megyn,
supposedly a big fan of Charlie Kirk and friends with him.
Friends with Ben Shapiro. And this isn't a classic example of a girl who has guy friends who are all acting like bitches right now. So the lady has to sit all the boys down and find out if they're still on their period. So Ben Shapiro had a difficult time with Tucker Carlson talking to a guy.
Right.
Tucker Carlson sat down, he talked to a guy, and the entire Republican Party exploded. The entire Republican Party just went mental because Tucker Carlson wasn't. It was so funny watching a bunch of guys holding the Jewish Republican Conference and waving Israeli flags go up on stage and unironically say, Tucker is not MAGA, Tucker is not America first. It was so funny to watch American Republican Congressman Randy Fine go up on stage behind an Israeli flag and go, Tucker is not MAGA. Tucker is not America first. It's like the irony, we're not going to grab.
I'm starting to think they're doing it deliberately. Like, no, he's deliberately in front of the flag while he says this. This isn't an accident.
It's, you're Billy Bob Thornton. You're just, God damn it, are you fucking with me? So Randy Fine does this. Ben Shapiro does a 45-minute show just telling you why Israel's really totally cool and awesome. And Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. And by the way, that's what this is all over, is Kid Dynamite, Nick Fuentes, on his generational run. Again, my favorite part of the Tucker-Nick interview. I'm sorry I called you gay, by the way.
Yeah.
Or
sorry I called you a fed.
I thought you were a fed. I thought you were a
I thought
fed.
you were a fed.
Sorry. It was just in the middle of a question, though. He's like, and the funny thing about Israel is, sorry I called you gay, by the way.
Yeah, just he interrupted his actual serious thought to be like, oh, by the way, I called you gay.
Yeah.
My apologies.
So Megyn Kelly sat down with Ben Shapiro, and they're going to talk it out like girls, We're going to find out why, Ben Shapiro's vagina is, maybe the pH is off. Who knows? Maybe he's got
a little sand in there or something.
Yeah, he's aggravated. So he sits down with Megyn Kelly, and I know what you're thinking because some of you have your preconceived notions about Ben Shapiro, but let me tell you something. Ben Shapiro is going to have this interview with Megyn Kelly, and we're going to play most of it. And let me tell you something. Ben Shapiro is measured. Ben Shapiro is fair. He is responsible, and he is articulate.
Really?
No. He loses his mind and just yells and rails and spews ad hominems and copes about Tucker talking to Nick Fuentes and the fact that Ben Shapiro and his billionaire friends from Israel don't get to control the narrative anymore. By the way, right after Charlie Kirk was murdered, when Charlie Kirk was talking about, breaking from the Israel lobby, Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire gave $1 million to Turning Point USA.
Yeah. Turning Point USA got a boost of cash afterwards. It's out of support, for this horrible tragedy. We had to do something.
Totally out of support of the tragedy, 100%. So here's Ben talking to Megyn Kelly. And then after this, we have Candace Owens leaking text messages from between her and Charlie Kirk about Ben Shapiro. These will be fun. Let's go ahead and play Ben Shapiro talking to Megyn Kelly. And again, Megyn Kelly is being the man in this situation where she's sitting all of her friends down to figure out why they're being bitches.
A right wing that embraces its own fringes will end up in the same position as a left wing that has embraced its fringes.
Okay, so that's why I want to get into it. Embraces.
Yes.
So now, having spoken to Tucker, I actually see that interview very differently. And I did listen to the interview, and I knew what Nick Fuentes was. And I think he did show himself to be who he is. It wasn't his most vile stuff, but you got the feel for what this guy was. But I really think Tucker was talking to him, Ben, to put like a bumper on this guy. Because what Tucker was urging him the whole time was to understand that collective punishment for any one group of people is wrong. It's deeply immoral, and it's anti-Christian, which this guy is supposed to be. And reminding him of how deeply immoral that is, that you should not be looking at a group of people, whomever it is. The left does it to everyone, whites mostly, but like this collective shame, white men in particular. And there's a group of people like Nick Fuentes that does it to groups of Jews. And he was making the case throughout the whole interview in the way that Tucker does. He's not like you or me. He's not like pointed and cross-examining.
That is not true.
All right, so that's Megan's first volley to Ben, and then we'll get Ben. You can already hear Ben loading up his cope. That is not true. Ben is one of those guys who, and you just run into people like this, they're not good defenders. They don't do well when the ball's not in their hands.
They have to be on the attack.
They have to be on the attack all the time. They can't be on the back foot, and that's not a good look. Megyn, I think, had a decent point. Like, Tucker wasn't there to destroy Nick Fuentes. Let's be very honest about what it is. Tucker and Nick agree on America's position on Israel. And they wanted to talk about that mostly. Nick Fuentes is also one of the hottest things out there right now, and people want to hear what he has to say. So Tucker brought him on there to say what he has to say. And Tucker did push back a few times. But like all of these interviewers, they're so fucking gutsy. They're so ballsy when they're not the one doing the interview. They can tell everybody else how to do the interview. Well, here's an idea, Ben. Interview Nick Fuentes. Show us how to take this guy down. Show him how to rip him apart. If he's racist, if he's unreliable, if he's a bigot, it shouldn't be hard to take him apart. And Ben won't do it.
If he gets you this stirred up, I mean, at least commit that energy to something.
Right.
as positive as possible. Which
Why?
I guess the interview is
I
about
mean,
the best you can do.
has Nick Fuentes said no to anybody for an interview?
Not that I know of. I mean, I haven't tried.
I don't think Nick
I'm
has.
sure I could get that no.
Okay, but a big name guy.
Yeah, no, I don't believe so. Not at
If
all.
Ben Shapiro asked Nick Fuentes to go on his Daily Wire show, would Nick Fuentes do it?
Oh, absolutely.
So the only person stopping this from happening is Ben Shapiro. So when Ben Shapiro's sitting next to Megyn Kelly, he's got all kind of cash money shit to talk about Nick Fuentes and how Tucker Carlson should handle him or how these other people should handle him. Well, Ben, you have a massive platform too. Bring him on, handle his ass. You be the great defender of all things Judaism, and fight your battle of Tour on the battlefield of ideas with Nick Fuentes, but he won't do it. Ben's afraid of people thinking what Ben isn't thinking. Ben doesn't want people thinking anything other than what he's told them. So if somebody comes in with, a cut of a different jib and they're getting traction and people are liking it, Ben doesn't have a counter argument. He just has, no, stop it. Stop listening to him. Don't like him. So let's see how he responds to Megyn Kelly.
And cross-examining.
That is not true.
And was making...
That is fundamentally untrue.
No.
Senator Ted Cruz whether that is true.
He gave it to Ted Cruz because Ted Cruz is a politician.
That's hold up. So only politicians get cross-examined?
You don't. Well, look,
Truly?
it depends on the person.
Tucker would never cross-examine a person who is not a politician. That's his rule.
Tucker has excoriated public figures who purport to speak for us and represent us for many years. Nick Fuentes is a podcaster civilian.
Okay, I just have a...
Here's an example to prove Ben wrong right away. Tucker Carlson interviewed Anna Kasparian, and he was kind to her, and he was nice to her, and he didn't push back. He ignored the things they disagreed on because he wanted to hear what she thought about things.
Right.
He didn't cross-examine her. Ted Cruz is a guy who has a vote on whether or not to give Ukraine money or give Israel money. Ted Cruz is the guy Tucker wants to yell at. When he and Nick Fuentes are yelling about these things, they want to yell at Ted Cruz. So he had Ted Cruz on. This is his chance to yell at a guy who actually can make decisions.
Right, yeah. Ted Cruz is not I don't know where Ben Shapiro even thinks for a second that even though he is a podcaster, regardless of his level of fame, like going after someone in, say, the press corps versus going after, say, someone in the actual, government, in terms of how you interview them on a show, I would expect two totally different kind of styles because, like you said, one of those people was elected by all of us, supposedly to speak for all of us. The other person's just a guy with a microphone and a camera.
Right.
Question. We all in our industry are constantly excoriating people who are in our industry. It happens all the time, every single day.
Okay.
Again,
but we're talking about his interviews.
We can agree to disagree on your interpretation of what Tucker was doing there. I think everybody should watch and determine for themselves what they think Tucker was doing in that interview. And I urge you.
We will, Ben, but when we don't come to the same conclusion that you do, are you going to just say that we all hate Jews and we're all bad guys and we all got it wrong? Like, it's one thing to tell people to watch something and make up their own mind. It's another thing to be able to allow them to do that.
Every time Ben excoriates someone, though, it seems to be someone let's pull a random man hat, Candace Owens. He's like a big fan until all of a sudden she has one opinion wait, what?
What does that opinion tend to be, too? It seems to be that there's one opinion in particular that makes him turn on people.
He'll boil it down to I don't like Jews, but what it really comes down to is a lot of people going, you know what? I'm not cool with how Israel behaves.
Right. I'm not
tired
cool.
of being weirdly subservient to Israel. I thought we were America.
Thought this was America. God damn it. No, it's that is what Ben seems to turn on. You know?
To watch it back to back with the Ted Cruz interview to determine whether you think that was an aggressive Tucker Carlson interview, and you can judge for yourself.
I didn't say it was aggressive.
My opinion.
I didn't say it was aggressive, and I don't think he would say it was aggressive.
And I think
his point was this guy. First of all, he's become a behemoth. Sadly, he's got 5 million viewers on Rumble. He's got 1 million followers on X.
I agree.
This is all before Tucker Carlson, and he was platformed. I hate that verb, but he was platformed by Patrick Bet David, and he went on Dave Smith's show, and he went on another big show. He's been getting more and more purchase in the political ecosphere, including right wing.
And I think that's
Patrick
bad.
Bet-David has a huge show. I know, but
Patrick
did you
Bet-David
know
did
that Patrick Bet-David had him on?
Patrick
Did his
Bet-David-
life blow up?
Patrick Bet-David did a significantly more aggressive interview with Nick Fuentes than Tucker did.
Not really. I think I watched the Patrick Bet-David Nick Fuentes interview. It seemed very skin deep. It seemed very superficial, and it was not combative at all.
I would like to criticize that comment on the. I don't think I've ever seen Patrick Bet-David do an aggressive interview.
No. Here's what Patrick Bet-David does. He talks about his business for 30 seconds, sets up a crazy, stupid metaphor for 45 seconds, comments on the brilliance of the metaphor he just made for 45 seconds, then lets you have a 30-second answer to his shitty question. There's your Patrick Bet-David interview. All right, I have something for you, Johnny. Let's say I run a business where I sell watermelons. And then when I sell the fourth watermelon, they're all good watermelons, the first 4 watermelons. All right, but on the 5th watermelon, I sell it to a black man. And that 5th watermelon happens to be my bad watermelon in the batch. Did I sell a bad watermelon to a black guy because I think black people like watermelons, so they'll just like the bad watermelon no matter what? Or did it so happen that watermelon was accidentally sold to a black guy? This is what I mean. So what do you think the top marginal tax rate should be?
The fuck?
Correct. That is the correct answer for Patrick Bet-David. All right. So right now, kids are wearing skinny jeans, right, Johnny?
Right. Yeah.
So I have a pair of skinny jeans. All right. I sell skinny jeans. If I sell skinny jeans right now, I'll do very well. If I want to sell bell bottoms, I won't do very well because people don't like bell bottoms anymore. So I'm the skinny jeans guy, and I go over here and I'm saying to the skinny jeans people, I have the best skinny jeans there are. And all the young people, they want to come over, they want to buy my skinny jeans. And then one of them says, I'd like to sell some of your skinny jeans. And I say, okay, you start selling my skinny jeans. And when you sell my skinny jeans, then you can have somebody else sell the skinny jeans as well, and we'll all do better in business, right?
Sure.
Okay, what do you think about the NBA betting scandal?
I don't understand the question.
It's
Your
a
Honor.
very simple question. The skinny jeans and black basketball players, who do you think? By the way, for those of you questioning whether or not that's a great Patrick Bet-David impression, it's the best Patrick Bet-David impression. Maybe not the voice, but the vibe is perfect. All right, I'm sorry. See,
it's like playing 3-card Monty with an interview. It's weird.
Right? It really is. He's just, all right, are you following? There's a P under here, and then I have 3 cups. You see them? All right, there's the cup. I'm going to shift them around. Do you see that? Do you see what I'm doing with the cups? Look over there.
Now, where's the P?
I think I'll take the third choice. There is no P. Sorry. I wish more of you would watch the Ridley Scott Robin Hood. That's all I'm saying. I wish more of you would watch it. So every time Ben Shapiro criticizes this interview, I just keep thinking, like, the same comeback I keep having for Ben is quit whining like a pussy and interview the guy then. Show us how it's done, Ben.
Yeah, it's weird to see him after his Tom McDonald step in rap line and everything else.
Oh God!
Like it's weird to see him kind of bitch out and be afraid to talk. Because I know for a fact, because like Candace Owens interviewed Nick Fuentes, they had some interesting conversations.
They
about
fought.
race.
They fought.
Right. And I know for a fact that Nick Fuentes isn't afraid to speak to people that he maybe has an overarching moral disagreement with. So it's not like he won't talk to Ben. So I don't know what's holding up Ben. I know Ben keeps
funding by Israel.
Oh.
That's what's keeping up Ben. Oh, I thought you meant like what's keeping him up, like propping his company up. Oh,
I'm imagining like Ben's like itching, like secretly behind the scenes, like chomping at the bit, like I want to face this guy, I want to put him down, I want to, and like Netanyahu's not okay with it. And he's like, no, you don't understand, you're gonna lose.
Right. Netanyahu is Mickey in Rocky 3. Ben Shapiro wants to fight Mr. T, but Mickey knows that Mr. T will kill him.
I've taken them all out. I can handle this one too. They was handpicked.
Ben, they were handpicked. They were setups. They were good fighters, but they weren't killers like this guy. He'll knock you into tomorrow. He'll kill you to death inside of 3 rounds, Ben. That's what will happen. Well, if you want this guy, you've got him. But you've got him without me.
Okay, but my point is simply he's growing. He's growing in stature. And so what I saw Tucker do was not whitewash his ideas, but try to put bumpers up on the guy. I know Tucker well, and I think that was his approach. And the way, if you want to put a bumper up on Nick Fuentes, is it helpful to say, you're fucking vile, you're an anti-Semite?
Yes.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it
that
is.
doesn't put a...
Yes, it
No,
is.
it isn't. That makes
Yes,
the audience feel good because you have hand-to-hand combat, but it doesn't help change that guy's view. Or
Not only that, if you do that to Nick Fuentes, the audience will go, see, this is what Nick says everyone says about him. This is an attack interview. You create sympathy for Nick Fuentes. He didn't get a fair shake with Shapiro. We knew Shapiro the Jew was going to do this to Nick.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. Ben's just mad because this guy's getting popular. Ben's mad that the corporate money that keeps the Daily Wire up isn't making Ben the number one guy anymore, and that the world is shifting. I mean, these guys... in a way, I empathize with them because they've lost everybody under 40 when it comes to Israel. It's over. It's done. America's association, once these people over 40 die off, America's association with Israel might be done, or at least it's closer to happening now than it ever has been before. And Ben Shapiro and these other guys have made their bones on this particular issue, and now they don't know what the hell to do. And so they're settling for liberal tactics, which is just call them racist.
Let's just say he's an anti-Semite and just speak and go, no, we can't even talk to him.
Now, it doesn't hurt that in this case, they're probably right.
Oh, yeah, no, he's a raging anti-Semite.
He hates Jews. He really does. Like,
but he's also very, I'm trying to think of it. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of Nick Fuentes. By that, I mean any.
I got you.
But from clips and stuff that I've seen, I've never seen him get particularly, emotionally worked up. He'll get energetically invested, but he won't have there's no anger there. He might talk fast because he's covering a lot of stuff and he's kind of rearing, but he's not yelling at he's not Alex Jones, they're all coming for you, it's a conspiracy. He's not doing any of that stuff. Again, I just feel like overall to treat him we can't talk to him, we can't attend, he's a vile, horrible person. Yeah, but he doesn't make himself seem that way.
Right.
So if you end that argument there without even being able to listen to his point first and go, and here's why you're stupid, you kind of give him more platform than not.
his extremeness at all.
Okay, I'll tell you what doesn't change Nick Fuentes' view. Tucker Carlson, with his arm around Nick Fuentes, grinning for the camera, while Nick Fuentes tweets out America first, and then triumphantly goes on the air the next day to explain that he has essentially used Tucker Carlson as a vehicle for manipulating other people.
That's what everybody does interviews for. Every time an actress goes on Jimmy Fallon's show, it's not because they really like Jimmy Fallon as a guy. They want to promote their movie.
They want to promote their fucking movie.
They want to manipulate people into going to the movie theater.
Do you think those Hollywood stars were doing car karaoke with What's His Fuck because they wanted to?
James Corden, yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
I love that people have forgotten about him. That makes me so happy.
I try not to commit his name to memory for that reason.
Good. No, Ben Shapiro is, he is the news interviewer version of the guy who thinks the stripper likes him.
Oh, shit.
Sorry. I didn't mean. Some people, they get on that, and you can't talk them out of it.
Oh, man.
Okay, that's what Nick Fuentes is saying.
All right, now try to see if she'll let you do coke off her ass when you don't give her thousands of dollars. That's the ultimate test. Does this stripper like me? Hey, can we just go somewhere and do illicit drugs off your body for free? I got a thing.
Does this stripper like me? I just got done taking more money out of the ATM. Yeah, I think she likes you for about, I don't know, $200 worth still.
Well, it's the guy with Maya Rudolph in Idiocracy.
Oh, no.
Like another $10,000 to wait. All right, baby.
Not me, Nick Fuentes. Okay, and Nick Fuentes, and by the way, I will again say that Tucker Carlson, when you say to somebody in an interview, do you condemn anti-Semitism? And then the person says, sure, which is what Nick Fuentes said. He said, I'm not an anti-Semite, which is blatantly untrue.
Yeah.
A responsible journalist,
And you guessed it, a Jew.
would then follow up, demonstrating that that is false. Tucker did not do that. He allowed him to get away with that, and then he allowed him to talk about, quote-unquote, organized Jewry, followed by Nick Fuentes being treated to a disquisition by Tucker Carlson about why Christian Zionists of all human beings on earth are the people that he hates the most.
He took that back.
You can't.
I don't. I think it's gross. I think you're a religion traitor. I think you're a heretic. If you put another religion over your own or another nation state, another nationalist ethno state above your own religion. I do think I think you're garbage for doing that. And especially if that religion is the religion that had your savior killed. It's cool.
Like trying to get a metal pole and a tree branch to stick together. You got to use duct tape. It still doesn't look right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like.
Or a tree brim. It could be a tree brim too.
A tree brim.
Yeah, tree brim, tree branch. We don't have to speak English
Those are the
anymore.
same fucking things.
Yeah, right.
Take that back. How do you?
Okay, I will. What I wanted to say for pausing that. I'm sorry. Every single bitch that this guy has ends with me going, then bring him on your show and show us how to do it. You can bitch from the sidelines or you can get in the fucking game, Benny.
Well, he started this argument with he's pissed that Tucker Carlson gave him like a presence and a platform at all. And so that's his defense. When you go, all right, you do it. You do your aggressive interview. Well, no, because I don't want to give him a platform. I don't want to give him more space. I don't want to give him like he's somehow afraid that your viewers, I don't know where you'd get the thought that any of your supporters would, suddenly turn Fuentes.
Right.
Like, I've never thought Israel did anything questionable until I listened to this weirdly. See, I'm sorry. I still think he looks kind of gay guy going, oh.
Yeah, he's a little gay. But I will say, I have an analogy for you. And it's going to end with a joke that everybody's going to groan at and you're going to hate. But for some reason, these make me happy. Are you ready?
Okay.
Here's the analogy. I'm going to do Patrick Bet David. Think of the Republican Party or the conservative movement as a boat carrying you up a river, okay? The boat is set on fire and it sinks. Everybody has to get off the boat, and there's money and influence on the boat, and then there's people on the boat. Ben Shapiro and all of his friends ended up, they got to the riverbank, and they had all the Israeli money, and they had all the resources and all of these things. And let's say that those resources take the form of horses, right? And so Benny and all his friends end up on this side of the riverbank with all the horses. And then Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes end up on the other side of the river, but they have all the right ideas. So they're on the right side of the argument, the right side of the river, right? So what do you think Benny yells to Nick Fuentes?
Looks like I've got all the horses.
And what do you think Nick Fuentes says back to Ben Shapiro?
Looks like I'm on the right side of the river.
Oh,
halfway through, I suddenly clicked in on where that was going and coming from.
I don't care how many people are watching the show right now. It's probably low. I said because of deer hunting, and then we started with drama. We probably got shit numbers today. That one moment made everything worth it, and I'm happy to be here today.
You're welcome. I'm glad I got to be here for it.
H2BH.
Step back.
He did.
How?
Because he went. He spoke
then he should explain why it was wrong. He should explain why Christian Zionists are actually wonderful people.
Tucker is very quick to self-flagellate, and he went on with Dave Smith the next day, the next week, whatever, Monday, Tuesday this week, and said, that was stupid. I didn't mean that. He said, I'm angry at people like Lindsey Graham. I'm angry at people like Ted Cruz because he thinks they run headfirst in these conflicts and they don't think about what's going to happen to American kids.
Hold up. If we're talking about firing inside the tent, everything Lindsey Graham, okay, and I'm not a huge Lindsey Graham fan. He votes with the president of the United States 100% of the time, and Tucker spent yesterday's show excoriating him as a psychosexual death worshiper.
That's funny. I like that. Psychosexual death worshiper. Tucker has really creative ways of calling people gay sadists. That's why Tucker's way more talented and way more successful than all of us, because we would go on and be like, he's like a queer who likes to bomb people. And then people are like, that's good analysis for like a rube. What does Tucker say? I think he's a psychosexual death worshiper.
He's a warmonger?
Yeah. It's like, that's good. That's way better than the thing I said. I just called him a queer. You said he's a psychosexual death worshiper. There's levels to this game, is what you find out.
Does that sound like firing outside the tent? Again, these are the questions.
I'm not offended.
Again, the question.
It's not that Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson fire inside the tent. It's they get in the tent, they turn on the light, and they go, a Jew! And then they get spooked and they fire. It's not necessarily malicious.
A Jew! Sorry, I called you gay, by the way.
Haven't you ever read that Dr. Seuss book, A Jew in the Tent?
No, I don't. I believe I think I missed that one.
Yeah, it's a good one. You should check it out. The kids will love it.
That I'm asking here, I'm not asking you to do anything, Megan.
No, I know.
Okay,
I know.
I'm not.
Our beef is not with each other.
I'm not, okay? When I draw a line with regard to what I believe Tucker Carlson is doing to the conservative movement and what he is fomenting, that is because that is my info, and everyone can make their own decision as to whether they think that I am right or whether I am wrong and where they choose to draw the line with regard to the conservative movement. The question for me is always whether somebody's statements are forwarding moral values that I think are worthwhile. I did not get into this business for the money or for the clicks. You didn't either.
Yeah.
Why did he?
That's why your company, when you first started out, spent tens of millions of dollars on Facebook ads to force you to go viral. You dipshit. By the way, is anyone else sick noticing a Zionist, pro-Israel Jewish guy getting mad that somebody is using their influence to peddle certain policies to the American people? Wow, what an asshole.
That's kind of annoying. That seems weirdly disingenuous. I don't know. That guy must be anti-American.
You know, Ben, I got to tell you, isn't it, Ben, it's got to be very upsetting to you. It's got to be very angering for you to watch someone use their clout and use their influence to push an agenda for this country that you find to be reprehensible and against your interests. You must feel very manipulated and angry. That's all. That's all I wanted to say about that. All right, a little bit more of this and then we'll move on.
What was that?
Neither did he.
I mean, he may not have. That's fine. I certainly did not. I'm only going to speak for myself. And what that means for me is that if I see somebody breach basic moral values by having on a Nazi, and in my own view, you can take your own view, in my own view, gloss the Nazi, then I'm going to speak out about that, and I'm going to point out that there is a long pattern of him ideologically laundering terrible ideas over the course of the last 2 years, ranging from traveling to Russia to sniff the bread and explain why the Russian regime is actually wonderful, to saying last week that the Venezuelan regime of Nicolas Maduro is actually not that bad because they're being attacked by, in his words, globo homo.
Tucker's made the point. I'm not.
All right, so far, Tucker's lines that Ben's repeating are really funny.
They are certainly more interesting than what Ben's talking about. Also, I would feel like, if anything, this is the other part that weirds me out. Tucker, like, all the points that Ben just made, these are all points where Tucker went out and he goes, look, we're going to look at the established narrative and see if it's real. Yeah. And he stood at ground level and goes, it looks like we might not have been getting the truth. So if I take anything from all of this, I don't know how accurate all of Tucker's reporting is, but I will say if Tucker's reporting is accurate, it seems like the media influencers, the peddlers, the people in Ben's position have almost been engaging in a collective effort to keep us vaguely misinformed.
It is funny to watch Ben have media influence, have a platform, and then bitch and whine how people are using their platform, and only when it's someone who's becoming popular for promoting the exact opposite of what Ben Shapiro's saying. He doesn't get mad at anyone else using their platform to promote anybody else, whether he agrees or disagrees. But on this one issue, it always comes back to Israel, and I'm sorry, we're allowed to wonder why that is and draw our own conclusions. Los Federales with $1 says, can we just all agree that Ben's sister has massive tits? Before we finish this comment, yes, I can agree with that.
I've never seen him. I guess I'll take your word for it.
Oh, we'll show you. Those milkers can save all the children in Gaza. Why was Aaron giving hand jobs in the bathroom at the Vikings game? That's not true. It's not true.
Neither here nor there.
It's not. Well, no, it's not true. It's not neither here nor there. It's just not the case, I would argue. Root says, I didn't like Fuentes before. This is all making me like him. They're doing it on purpose. They're making us like him, and then they're going to kill him. I call it pulling a Kirk. $1 from Veldrain says, I will never have a debate with Nick Fuentes. As a Jew, it's my job to deplatform people and cancel their bank accounts. Well, here's the problem. You already tried that with this guy.
Yeah. That's what gave him his first bump.
It's like the unkillable anti-Jew. You know what it is? Nick Fuentes got the dark hold and he's been dreamwalking.
Oh, no.
Can I say, I didn't hate that movie. I know I've shit on multiverse stuff because I don't get it. I didn't mind that one. That kind of entered me into the multiverse.
The only thing I had with it is like I liked our Scarlet Witch established narrative and everything, and then they're like, nah, we're gonna make her kind of evil. We're gonna take one of her darker trends and put him in there.
She lost her husband and she went fucking insane.
Yeah, dude, I didn't say it was unbelievable.
You didn't like it.
I just didn't care for it because we already killed off Black Widow. And now it's like, oh, we got to find a way to inject strong female characters. Let's make crap that sucks, like the Marvel shit, like the Miss Marvel shit or whatever. And it's like, dude, we had strong female characters. You could have just leaned on them. You had Scarlett Johansson playing Black Widow. You could have just used that.
I really like having the emotionally crippled narcissist be the hero that kills the woman at the end. Stephen Strange is a bad guy, and they did kind of like explore that in that movie.
Yeah,
I like
they showed that his ego and he's got some problems.
It's like, hey, I defeated Thanos in this universe, and like, no, Stephen, we had to murder you because you were insane. Los Federales with $1 says, Aaron, fuck, marry, kill Anna Kasparian, Megyn Kelly, or Candace Owens. Oh boy, that is tough. Wow. Wow. I like all three of them. This is really going to break my heart to do this. Fuck, marry, kill Anna Kasparian, Megyn Kelly. You do yours. I want to think.
Me?
Anna?
Right,
my other co-host.
Like, I hate to say this, but I'm totally effing Megyn Kelly.
Okay.
So I'm marrying Candace Owens, and then because I have to put somebody in that slot, I guess I'm killing Anna Kasparian. I just feel like I'd get along better with Candace Owens than Anna Kasparian. I don't think we'll agree as much.
I am going through every combination of this in my head, and I am okay with every single combination.
Well, there isn't really a losing role.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to kill. I'm going to fuck Anna Kasparian. I'm going to marry, and this is going to surprise you, Candace Owens. I'm going to kill Megyn Kelly. That's not I shouldn't have said that as a new sentence because that was easy to isolate. I really don't want anyone to clip that last part because it sounds like I just said I'm going to kill Megyn Kelly.
And you're not.
It's not what I'm saying. I'm not going to kill Megyn Kelly. $1 from Veldrain says Ben Shapiro intentionally slows down his rate of speech. His normal rate makes him sound like a cash register. Oh, I'm catching up in the chat now. Give me tips says, really? A mummy reference? It's still culturally relevant because they're making a fourth one.
And I hate to do this for you, but I'll give you this. That was a very creative reference. It snuck in there, and then it took a little long to deliver, but we made it work.
Pablo Pacheco with $5 says, Ben, Tucker Carlson is anti-MAGA. Me, said the never Trumper. Exactly. That's the thing about all these neocons. They were all never Trump at the beginning. They all disavowed Trump and didn't want him, both in 2016 and 2024. They didn't want him. And now, all of a sudden,
they jumped on that Trump train real quick when it seemed like the winds were changing and they had nowhere else to be. And all of these other people like Charlie Kirk and, all the other podcasts that Trump went on, like kind of had him and gave him a little bit of time. And then all of a sudden they became like, oh, no, we're big MAGA fans.
Right.
We're all MAGA over here all of a sudden.
Yeah. Well, ironically, as soon as he bombed Iran, they were all really big MAGA
love that
fans.
no new wars policy that he had.
Isn't it great?
It's working out so well for us.
Let's see. We installed the former leader of Al-Qaeda in Syria. I was watching the news Sunday morning. SP and I were watching the news like an elderly couple. And they were talking about Syria. And I was telling SP the story of Syria. She goes, oh, that's the president of Syria? I go, yeah, you know who he used to work for? She goes, who? I go, he was the head of Al-Qaeda. She goes, what? I thought we hated Al-Qaeda. I was like, yeah, he promised to keep the peace with Israel. She's like, oh, And then I said, we pay all these countries to not bomb Israel. And so the news story catches up and it says he was associated with Al-Qaeda, but met with the United States shortly before taking power and disavowed his previous extremist ties in exchange for American aid.
So in other words, we paid him not to bomb Israel.
It's just really good to see us get back to our roots of funding Al-Qaeda again, because we were for a long time, then we stopped. And we made them public
because
enemy.
we wanted them to fight the Russians. We're like,
Right.
hey guys, we'll give you rocket launchers, we'll give you equipment, we'll teach you how to radicalize some of your fellow men, and this here vest has something we call C4.
Yeah.
And so we were great.
I did promise you Abigail Shapiro's tits.
Oh yeah. I mean,
here you go. They are.
oh, that's that. You know what? I don't know if I'm allowed to say this because she's Jewish. God bless.
She's not an unpretty girl.
No, she's a very attractive woman
And
with some very natural gifts. Like I said,
she's got some
lucky her.
heavy Yiddish milkers. That's for sure. Those just look like they hurt to possess.
Right. Like at a certain point, ladies, I'm like, you know what? Reduction is an option.
Yeah, sometimes you feel bad for them.
It's got to cause back pain.
Right? It's not comfortable. The things they do to look
She almost
good
has
with us.
a Gal Gadot face.
You're saying
Close.
so you're saying Jewish.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making
I don't
sure.
know. Maybe it's a very similar look.
Yeah. 165 away from today. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. You're ahead. Let's just stay that way. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. 165 is the number. 92 memberships away from 400. Let's do that. People are... Mr. Approachable has a clip for us, and I bet you this is a clip that we're all going to be really happy that he sent in, and it's going to really capture the vibe of today's show.
Okay.
Let's check it out. I'm going to kill Megyn Kelly. That's not I shouldn't have said that as a... No, I shouldn't have. One more time. I'm going to kill Megyn Kelly. No, that's not... No, but I'm not. I'm not going to kill... It was... The question was F, marry, kill Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Anna Kasparian. It was me answering that question. That was cut out of context. Dr. Doom says, for Abby Shapiro, I'd need a paper bag and a crucifix. It wouldn't be a bad idea to lube up with holy water. But then again, you might set her vagina on fire.
It could chafe horribly.
I'm not really sure what that does. Have we
I don't
Googled...
agree with the paper bag.
No, I think she's pretty.
I mean, yeah, I won't say she's the prettiest lady I've ever seen, but yeah, I've certainly seen less attractive women.
Do you think I get
Googled one?
Do you think I get banned from the internet if I Google does holy water burn a Jewish woman's vagina? Do you think that would get me in any kind of trouble?
No, but you're definitely hitting a list somewhere. Maybe even at the FBI now that we know about what we know about Kash Patel. So
here, let me put up my search so you guys know I'm for real. Let's go back to all.
I'm curious what the AI has to say about this.
Does holy water burn a Jewish woman's vagina? This is just me needing to know. No, there is no physical or religious reasons why holy water would burn a Jewish woman's vagina. They answered me. That's all I was...
Thank you, AI Overview.
Thank you, AI Overview. Holy water is simply water that has been blessed by clergy. It is not a caustic substance and does not cause physical harm. The idea that holy water would burn someone of a different faith or someone considered unclean. Whoa, did we say unclean?
No, they are jumping to conclusions, but I like where this AI's head's at. Keep that algorithm rolling.
Google AI said unclean. We did not say unclean. Is a fictional trope in certain myths, folklore, or dramatic portrayals, not a reality-based phenomenon. Physical burning or irritation in the vaginal area can be caused by... Well, we're not here to be gross. We're not here to be disgusting. It's... Apparently, holy water cannot burn a Jewish woman's vagina.
I don't know. They said there could be multiple factors. To me, you're saying there's a chance.
Well, I just wanted, because Doom said that you would need a crucifix and what was the other one? A paper bag. I think the paper bag looks shaming. Well, wait a minute. Is Google run by Jews? I'm just kidding. That's interesting. All right. So apparently no. Coltrane says, did my last Rumble rant go through? I was behind when I sent it. I think so. I think we read a Coltrane one. It was insulting to me, wasn't it?
No.
Oh, no, I missed it. $1. He says, I'm behind, but that PBD example made me laugh out loud in my deer blind. I thought for sure the odds were good that wouldn't happen. Well done, sir. He liked my PBD.
Happy to hear that you're enjoying the show while you're out hunting them deer.
Yeah, and
a bag of bucks, sir.
I'm sure everybody fucking hates your guts for laughing now and scaring off all the deer.
Oh, well.
Good job, dickhead.
Crimes.
We've got, I was worried about this. I was talking about this at the football game yesterday. I was talking to the people we were sitting next to about how now every time something questionable or a shitty penalty gets called in any game, I'm worried that
question whether it's narrated.
Whether it's, worked over by gambling bets that were placed, like prop bets that were placed. My buddy and I were talking about this, and we're like, I think we've got to eliminate prop bets. I think prop bets need to be made illegal. So a prop bet is like, will this guy throw a first pitch strike in this inning? Because that is just so rife for fixing. I don't know, something that is controllable but doesn't have a huge impact on the game. Like, will this guy run the ball on first down?
And it's weird because it's only like a gambling addict's fall to. Like, a person who just enjoys gambling once in a while is like something fun. They can bet on which team wins the game. But somebody who's willing to make a bet on anything, no, I'll bet you if he can make it 45 yards in the first inning, or whatever. So
right.
It's
just because like a pitcher could then, if you bet against the first pitch strike, the pitcher can purposely throw a ball. Doesn't necessarily affect the outcome of the game, but you made your buddies.
They can still win the game.
Yeah, you made them a bunch of money.
Now you fixed that bet.
Well, two guys, pitchers for the Cleveland Guardians, Luis Ortiz and Emmanuel Clase, have both been indicted on sports betting and money laundering conspiracy by the Department of Justice. Now, again, people are saying that this is going to go deeper. This is kind of the tip of the iceberg with the Chauncey Billups thing and all this other stuff. It's going to hit, like I said, the more sports embraces sports betting and the more sports embraces prop betting and they take on sponsors that are sports books, the more you're going to see the players get wrapped up in this stuff. I mean, they were wrapped up in it before all of this. They're going to be wrapped up in it, as gambling becomes more prevalent in the culture.
Yeah. Like, the simple fact that we're uncovering it means it's probably been there for a while.
In the 23-page indictment, the DOJ alleges the two pitchers conspired with bettors to intentionally throw balls so their co-conspirators could cash in on wagers related to the type of pitch. Prosecutors say Clase began participating in the scheme as early as May of 2023, while Ortiz joined in June of 2025. Per the Department of Justice, Clase's role earned his co-conspirators at least $400,000 in rigged bets.
That's not bad.
That's great.
But, I mean, they're in the MLB, though, aren't they?
Yes.
So they're making, am I wrong? Most of those contracts are a couple million a year, right? They're making some money.
I mean,
or does it not pay that well over there?
Your first 6 years, you get paid kind of whatever the team will give you because you have to serve 6 years in Major League Baseball before you can qualify for free agency. So if you're a young guy, you might only make high six figures. I say only, but, when you're talking about schemy bets.
Now all of a sudden these bets, 400,000, that's not nothing.
Ortiz was arrested in Boston yesterday. Clase is not yet in custody as of this article being written. In one of the incidents on June 15th, this is how close they're watching this shit. This gives you a good idea of how much they're monitoring these bets. In one of the incidents on June 15th, prosecutors claim Ortiz was paid $5,000 for throwing an intentional ball, while Clase was given $5,000 for facilitating it. The other suspicious pitch on June 27th netted Ortiz and Clace $7,000 each. Additionally, before the June 27th incident, Clace allegedly withdrew $50,000 in cash and gave $15,000 to a co-conspirator to place money on Ortiz's pitch. Ortiz's 2 rigged pitches actually led bettors to win at least $60,000. The government is watching all of this, by the way. You're being watched. Your ATM withdrawals, you using these gambling apps, everything else. They're watching every second of it.
Gone.
If convicted of all charges, Clace and Ortiz face up to 65 years in prison. They are not screwing around on this. Clace, considered one of the best closers in the league, was placed on leave on July 28th, though his connection to the league's gambling investigation was initially unknown. Both pitchers were initially set to go off leave August 31st, but MLB extended the leave until further notice, so they knew. They knew what was happening.
So they're out.
MLB contacted federal law enforcement at the outset of its investigation and has fully cooperated throughout the process, the league said in a statement. We are aware of the indictment and today's arrest, and our investigation is ongoing. Some of these are really, really funny. There was one incident in May 2025, after bettors placed $4,000 in total wagers that the pitch would be a ball. Clace threw a pitch that a batter swung at that was ruled a strike, so he got a guy to chase. Per the indictment, 20 minutes after the strike, the primary bettor sent Clace a gif of a man hanging himself with toilet paper. Clace responded with a gif of a sad puppy 10 minutes later.
Oh, dear Lord.
The harm to athletes and the integrity of the game is clear, and the benefits are not worth the harm, said Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio. The prop betting experiment in this country has failed badly, he said in a news release. I mean, I agree. I think the prop betting thing is a disaster. I think if you're trying to stop betting and protect the integrity of the game, prop betting's got to go.
I don't see any way that you can make it work. There's no way you can regulate it. And just its very existence will give plenty of people the tinfoil hat conspiracy that this shit's all rigged so somebody can make money. Like, oh, why did he throw that frickin' pitch that sucks? Yeah, because somebody's paying him. He's throwing it for a reason. Somebody's making money on a bet.
That's exactly it. It's like it's going to make every fan paranoid that, I mean, how many people
they already are.
Yeah, how many people did we have already that were saying sports is rigged, it's all fixed, it's all predetermined? Here we are. Not doing any favors. The thing that still annoys me to this day, Shohei Ohtani got away with gambling on baseball scot-free. Hasn't paid the price for it at all. Meanwhile, Pete Rose still not in the Hall of Fame even after he died. Still sucks. Veldrain.
I kind of wonder if we're going to find him involved in this eventually.
Veldrain with $1 says, how much green paint would Aaron need for Candace Owens? That's the classic trope that I found. Was it Zoe Saldana?
Zoe Saldana, yeah, when she played Gamora.
Zoe Saldana, when she played Gamora, I find Gamora very attractive. But when they showed Zoe Saldana as a woman of color,
land on it. Yeah. No, I was always okay with Zoe Saldana. I will say this: her eyes are a little cat-like. It's not the most attractive feature in my opinion, but whatever.
See, but when they paint her green,
well, actually, there she looks a lot better. Yeah, no, that's all right.
All right. But how about her?
All right, it was the Gamora makeup that really
they
did to accentuate the cat eye thing. Yeah, no, dude, Zoe Saldana, I'm fine with or without the green. The green kind of gives it like she looks like one of those chicks from Star Trek, really.
She looks like the answer to the question, would you fuck an alien? And you're like, well,
that's
yeah.
the alien.
Yeah, that's the alien.
Probably.
Sure. Hunter with $5 says, like that guy said, for every moron that gets caught, there are a dozen working with one trusted family member that will never raise a red flag. Well, that's what Michael Franzese said, the former mob boss. He said, work with one guy and work with somebody you trust who's not going to get pinched and give you up. So work with a family member, work with somebody like that. The more people you involve in it, the more
easier it is to get caught.
Exactly. Exactly. So I don't know. I think this is going to end. I think once they get to the end of this investigation, if it's as big as I think it's going to be, I think it's going to be the end of prop betting.
It's going to be the end of prop betting, and I wonder how long before people believe that, games aren't being rigged.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing about this is it's very simple. It's the same argument I've now had about drugs for the last couple of years. It's that everybody's like, all this stuff should be legal. It's totally fine. It should be free. We should be free, man. Drugs and gambling are really fucking bad for you. Okay? Really bad for you. And humans don't have the ability to show restraint. Now you make that shit legal and easier to attain, it's going to get worse. So yeah, let's cut off the drugs and the gambling where we have it now. Let's stop it there. I know we're not going to be able to bring any of it back. And the thing with people and their drug arguments are that, well, alcohol causes a lot of deaths and it's really bad and that's legal. It's like, right. That's the same kind
alcohol is a drug. People forget this.
But that's the same argument as, well, why don't we just let the illegals in? I mean, we already have rapists and murderers. It's like, yeah, and I'd like to keep it where it's at. I don't need it to go up. So when people are like, alcohol's a drug, yes, and alcohol's terrible for people, and it's really bad, and it kills people. So let's not add more. So the argument for pro-drug people is, well, this thing that's poison.
Well, there's this drug out there already.
Yeah, this drug is awful and terrible for people and kills people. Why can't we add these drugs that are terrible for you and kill people? It's like, let's try to stop people dying from shit.
I just think, I don't know. I'm. It's a little weird for me because, again, I dare to be a hypocrite here, but I don't know if you know this, Aaron. I use drugs sometimes.
Nobody's ever noticed.
Right? And so it's one of those things where I think, yeah, there is problems with it. There are people who can't control their usage, but there are people who can use it responsibly. So I'm in this weird place where I feel like we need some controls on some of this stuff. I don't view all drugs as necessarily equal, but yeah, I feel like in certain situations, particularly with gambling, that's one of those where it's a compulsion. And I don't even think the problem is like prop bet. I think we have things like now too many things in culture that are gambling related. Like, just to say, for example, now video games all have these things called loot boxes. It's almost in some ways for those, they've been called out on it before, where it's kind of like gambling. It kind of builds that itch to, roll the dice and win a prize.
Yeah, no, a lot of it's chance, and if you want to call chance gambling, you throw money in there. Yeah, it kind of is.
It starts getting that way.
Ryan the Garbage Man says, what if Gamora had a corkscrew vagina? Would you? No, I'd fuck her with a bottle of 74 Chateau. 2 birds, 1 stone. Red Fox Matt.
It's over with the problem.
Red Fox Mad with $5 says all sports betting should be illegal. All sports are rigged. Fixed. Everyone in sports are pro actors. Give the masses bread and circuses, and the masses will never revolt. Oh, man. Shit. 155 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. We're doing great. Just throw in a 5 or a gifted membership or something like that, and let's go. Let's go. Let's call this an easy win. We've got a very small goal for the evening show because those guys have been great as well. You guys are a fine bunch. 155 away. Let's do it and call it a win. Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports.
Yes.
He had a problem over the weekend. He was being interviewed.
What, piece pizza?
Well, he was being interviewed by CBS News Sunday.
About what? About the sports betting?
Jews. Everybody wants to talk to a Jew about being a Jew. They were talking.
I didn't know Portnoy was a Jew.
Dave Portnoy, when he does his pizza tasting things,
yeah,
sometimes this multi-hundred millionaire has mean Jewish things yelled at him by people in the street.
Weird.
When he's eating the pizza and being remarkably wealthy for starting a bro sports organization. I have a hard time, like, if some little kid was like, I go down the street and I'm wearing a kippah and people yell the K word at me, I'd be like, that's terrible. You shouldn't do that to that poor kid. But when you make your living as a public figure shitting on everybody, which Dave Portnoy has done, Dave Portnoy has made his career calling people stupid, calling people fat, calling people an idiot, a moron, whatever, you name it. But if he's out there chowing down a pizza for social media and you go, Jew motherfucker. That's terrible. Why are you saying that? How dare you? It's like, it's coming from Dave Portnoy, who you know should have a thick skin and you know who says mean, nasty, bullying shit about everybody. It hits me different.
And this is the other thing, too. It happened out in public. They're not looking for you. You do this stuff, you become a public figure. When you go out into public, you're going to have to realize that those people get to react and interact with you.
It is a little weird, I will admit, that people see Dave Portnoy and the first thing they yell at him is the K word. It's like, it's a little on the nose. I mean,
let's start with douche.
Yeah, you could start asshole, gay Patriots fan, any one of them. Let's see. Let's watch Dave Portnoy cry on the morning talk shows.
I've seen in my own experience, just being Barstool, the difference between how much hate I get. I mean, occasionally you get a kike or Jew or whatever. It's every.
By the way, I do want to apologize to Dave Portnoy. I was having a bad day. It was around the time of the divorce. I was very angry and frustrated, and
he was lashing out. It wasn't you. It was him.
Ever. It's every day now. Like, there's a definitive shift in what's going on. So yes, now I for me, being a Jewish person, like you got to step up. You're kind of someone people look up to in the Jewish community. You have to be like, all right, this is not normal. Ha ha with the guys. People are coming in with real hate.
Dave is a guy looked up to in the Jewish community.
That's my most shocking discovery of this interview. I'm just wondering, has Dave done any self-reflection on, all right, now I'm not saying any of this hate is okay, Dave, but do we want to ask why all of a sudden it's come about?
It's like none of these guys want to admit, maybe if our ethno-state that we cheer on and give money to and support and take money from, could this be over the whole, like, almost 100,000 women and children that country is murdered in basically an open-air prison? Could that be why they're mad at us? It's the
slow starvation of a populace in what could be argued as an ethno-cleansing.
Yeah, it's funny, like when Jewish people and Zionists, when they start to realize, they're like, wow, people are really mad at us. People really hate us. And you're like, all right, hey, keep going. All right, go talk to me about that feeling. Go ahead. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really terrible. It's really nasty. And you're like, yeah, that's okay. What do you think? Where do you think that's coming from? Just out of nowhere for absolutely no reason at all. One day, all of these people who never really gave a shit about anything Jewish related just decided to start hating us. Probably because we're awesome. Oh,
they hate you for your freedoms, don't they?
Yep, exactly. It's just every time you have more, let's just call it anti-Semitism. Let's just give them their way. Every time anti-Semitism bubbles up within a culture, it's always for no reason. Israel, Jewish people, they didn't do anything to upset anyone. They didn't do anything to piss anyone off, offend anyone. They didn't kill anybody. They didn't take anybody's money against their will. They didn't do anything like that. It was just one day people just get this weird fever and it makes them hate Jews. And then that fever grows into, we should go out of our way of our daily life and just really do fucked up shit to Jewish people, just completely out of nowhere.
Because they didn't do anything to deserve it, so we better go find them.
It's a weird design flaw we have as a people that, we were created perfectly, these beautiful working machines, but for some reason in our algorithm, it trips the randomly for no reason hate Jews button every 80 years or so.
It's like our DNA sees that 6-pointed star and we just go red and we don't know why.
We just lose our mind for no reason. I also am not over the fact that Dave Portnoy just said as someone who the Jews look up to.
I don't know what that's a sadder admission for him that he's dealing with this stuff or for the Jewish community that's who they turn to.
Sorry, guys. I don't think he's going to be the Messiah this time around. Somebody with $1 says, I can't make this up. Aaron won't stop. Now, I have a feeling this is not me, but I'm going to play it. I have a feeling this has nothing to do with me. That's not. First of all, that shirt doesn't have pockets. That's an old set. That's an old backdrop, and I don't do that.
You still have your mustache and goatee in that. That That faded to the wayside long ago.
That would have come out by now if that was a real video. That's not me eating handfuls of, and I eat my mashed potatoes with a fork.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Great. Now I'm going to get AI of me eating mashed potatoes with a fork.
Dude, AI is getting creepy. So yeah, you will. Just give it an hour.
AI is getting creepy. You know, I saw this thing AI did, and this was really bad. I feel bad. There were 4 guys that all got together to do a show. And they said they had a phone call from a guy in a county jail. And I knew that wasn't true because it's illegal to air those without permission of the jail, right?
Right.
You can't do that. So they were like, we're going to do it to own this guy because we think this guy's a piece of shit. And it was an interview that was basically PR for the guy they were shitting on, talking about what a great, likable, fun guy he is. And I thought that was really unfair to the guys who host that show because I was like, well, this isn't real. This is AI because nobody would be that retarded to basically commit harakiri live on their own program. So I thought that was a weird AI video that I saw.
Well, at least it's AI, so they're not in any legal trouble.
Right. That would be really, yeah, because you'd be fucked up if you did something like that. Yeah, and they like took this guy who was like mentally ruled mentally incompetent to stand trial and had a really rough upbringing and a tough life, and you know, you could argue needs mental help and doesn't need to be in jail. And they called him and tried to manipulate him only for that person to just basically give him the straight dish and totally blow up their narrative. That was a weird thing no normal person would do. So AI is still a little loose.
Yeah, I feel like a real person would have seen that coming and going, you know what? Juice squeeze, not worth it. Gonna
right.
Out.
Exactly. That goddamn AI. 155 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Keep knocking it down. Keep hitting. We appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants is what we're looking for. We did clear 500 today. We're not getting to 600 today. I think I said it last week. I said deer hunting is going to put a fucking giant hole in our numbers this week.
It's going to do a dent.
It always does, and it always will. So we found out some, okay, I'm going to give you a choice. Do you want to do the Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk text messages about Ben Shapiro, or do you want to do a deep dive into Kash Patel's girlfriend?
I actually would rather do the deep dive into Kash Patel's girlfriend. I am curious about the Candace Owens stuff, but she's been saying a lot of shit, so this is either receipts or she's full of shit. And I'm banking more on the receipts thing, but either way, there's not a lot of surprise there. So I'm Kash Patel. I have more questions. One, I haven't paid close attention to his girlfriend. I'm like Nick Fuentes. I assumed he was gay.
I just kind of
after that Valhalla moment, I'm like, oh, that guy takes it.
Right.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Oh, that guy's a nerd. There's nobody touching his wiener.
Yeah, that dude plays D&D on the weekends. He doesn't have a girlfriend. What are you talking about?
Nobody's fucking that guy. He's an Oompa Loompa looking sort of dude. Well, he has a girlfriend. She's actually pretty beautiful, whatever you want to say. Okay. You know, you're a professional speaker for a living. But we're trying to find out, like, you know, Kash Patel, the FBI is botching this Charlie Kirk investigation. We still don't know why they think this Tyler Robinson did it. We're not being told anything. It just seems really strange, this whole deal. Well, we found out some things about Kash Patel's girlfriend, and I'm not saying this has any influence on what Kash does, or I'm not saying that they're trying to bribe him with pussy, but Kash Patel's girlfriend works with the Jewish-founded PragerU, whose CEO was in the Israeli Defense Force and 8200 intelligence agency. Melissa Straight, the CEO of PragerU, and then Alexis Wilkins, who is Kash Patel's girlfriend, works for PragerU. And yes, PragerU is one of the biggest pro-Israel right-wing organizations out there. So Kash Patel's girlfriend also now refusing to address questions about her links between Mossad, Israel, and child trafficking. Oh boy.
They found a really good tactic, and they just keep sticking with it. They just like, let's use beautiful women, and we'll just compromise.
I wish this shit would stop. I just really wish one of these guys could just have a fat black girlfriend and we didn't have to worry.
Didn't the CIA tell like one of the like big news agencies recently, like, we're concerned with, people getting honeypotted from like China and Russia? I'm ever like, you ever think maybe any other countries pull that bullshit too? Besides just us?
Who was the Democratic congressman who was fucking a Chinese spy? Swalwell?
Swalwell, yeah.
Eric
so.
Swalwell was caught fucking a Chinese spy. But our FBI director is fucking what may be a Zionist plant, and it's fine.
Nobody's going to bat an eye.
Not a big deal. I mean, if Israel was to get information on what the United States was doing, and let's say the Mossad was having any trouble at all, the FBI and CIA might be areas where they might be a little blind.
Right.
But if you could get a really hot girl to pull on Kash Patel's, little pecker there, he'd probably spill some secrets.
Afterwards, he's just laying in bed, talking about how stressful his day is. She's jotting it all down because she has horrible memory problems. Fuck
that. She's just wearing something that's mic'd in to the Mossad.
That's in the lamp.
Yeah. They hear it all anyway. It is wild because, like, we found out this weekend, a lot of the, like, it's not just the FBI director or anything, but it's streamers too. These fucking streaming guys can't stop DMing with dumb parasocial whores. It's like they all spill their biggest fucking life secrets to these strange twats on the internet. Like, here's really damaging information about me that you could give to anyone. Hey, why don't we stream together? Hey, why don't we form a relationship? This is a great idea. I mean, men are fucking stupid on all levels. From a guy who streams to a couple hundred people to the FBI director. If you think the coos will come anywhere near your cock, you guys are just spilling all your secrets.
Everybody's got their weakness, man. And for a lot of dudes, it's vagina.
Knock it off. Cut the shit. Or we'll see you in Valhalla. Link to the Jake says, he's literally pussy whipped. I mean, as literal as pussy whipping can get. Yes.
So you trust that Charlie Kirk investigation?
Not at all.
Should we to Valhalla?
Not at all. Let's see if I can, here, I want to pull up the Candace Owens Charlie Kirk texts. Yeah. So that was that didn't take too long, the Kash Patel
and a
thing.
nice lead into this, too. So it's nice.
Yeah.
Setup.
Let's bring these two things together. We played the the Ben Shapiro, Megyn Kelly thing.
Yes, we did.
A little bit ago. And, Ben was really mad that Tucker Carlson was interviewing Nick Fuentes. He even went as far to say that Tucker being on Nick Fuentes' show was mean to Charlie Kirk, and that Tucker Carlson is a bad friend to Charlie Kirk for having Nick Fuentes on and shitting on Christian Zionists. Well,
okay.
Ben came off as the guy defending the honor of Charlie Kirk, defending the valor of the memory of Charlie. And Tucker is this big bad guy, and all these people on Tucker's side are big bad guys.
Making him look bad after his death, dick.
Exactly. So Candace Owens decided, well, why don't I show you guys what Charlie Kirk thinks of Ben Shapiro? So this was around the time that Candace was getting ready to leave Daily Wire, because Ben and Candace did not agree on Candace's new take on what was going on in Israel.
Right.
So Charlie, being the good friend that he is, had a text conversation with Candace Owens. Now, I also want to say this might be mildly inappropriate, as Charlie's a married man and Candace is a married woman. So I don't know if this is technically something that the two of them should be doing, secretly.
If they're professional colleagues, texting each other doesn't seem out of sorts.
Maybe you're right. Charlie Kirk said to Candace Owens, "You are bigger than Ben now. Walking into the White House yesterday, I realized that." She wrote, "I know. He hates it." And then Charlie wrote, "We have to just treat him like noise." That's always good to hear from someone you like and stick up for. He wants to treat you like noise. He wants you to punch down to him. his respect amongst movement fighters is quite low. Damn, Charlie. Charlie was caustic back in the day. He's making his entire, now this is back to Candace. He's making his entire show with Joe Rogan this weekend about worshiping celebrities. Just think about that. It really means I just controlled his entire show. Charlie writes, you got in his head. Candace says, yes. Charlie says, which is terrific. To which Candace says, that's wonderful, LOL. Charlie then goes, the Ben thing involves me more than he wants to admit.
Oh, that's a surprise.
Okay, this, I have to warn you, this is gay. This next thing I'm about to read you is, I mean, we respect the memory of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was wonderful, but I think it's good to remember Charlie Kirk was not perfect. Charlie Kirk was fallible. He knows Jon Snow is stronger as the dragons fly higher.
The King of the North.
Oh no! Oh jeez!
That I don't like that. I don't like the way that sounded. I like Charlie Kirk. Whatever. That was gay.
You and Valhalla, brother.
Yeah, it was fucking gay.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
What is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
Is very obviously gay. I look at him and I'm like, well, you're gay.
Okay, faggot, what's next?
You can act like a man. What's the matter with you?
Do you personally dislike homosexuals?
Of course, they're disgusting.
So you're just crazy in a retard kind of way then, huh?
I had to wash that one away with sound drops. That hurt
That's fine.
Because we all love
he's
Charlie
gone,
Kirk
he can't
now.
remedy it.
He's shitting on Ben Shapiro. He's scoring all kinds of points on Ben. This is great. This is awesome. I love this. Nothing could fuck this up. And then he knows Jon Snow is. And by the way, Jon Snow never got stronger as the dragon flew higher. That had nothing to do.
He's making a literary reference.
Yeah,
he read the books.
Oh, that's more gay then.
Right? It's not like I'm referencing this TV show that we all love. No, he's making a reference to the TV show, but he's also pulling that reference from the books themselves.
I hope you die.
No, that's not very nice, Ian. Somebody's got to tell Ike Clanton that this one's already gone. He knows Jon Snow is stronger as the dragon flies higher. And then Candace says 100%. Charlie says it pisses him off, to which Candace responds, 2 reasons. You've always been a threat to him because you are smarter. Oh, God, fuck already. Charlie responded, and he is sending his incestuous brother to go try and kill us.
There's an accusation.
Ben's brother is fucking... Wait, what?
What?
And he views you as responsible for me, Candace says. To which Charlie says, it's worse. He views you as my slave 100%. Control her is what he was really saying to me when he called. Oh, shit. So we basically had Monsieur Candy telling Dr. King Schultz to keep Django on a leash.
I'm going to say this. I didn't expect this. I like Candace Owens got really supposedly upset about the Charlie Kirk stuff. And I thought a lot of it was her hyping it up and playing it up or whatever. I'm going to say this. I think there's a little smoke there. I think those two could have happened if maybe things went differently.
I'm gonna tell you this. This is it's uncomfortable. Candace just being.
I feel like I watched 2 people flirt through text message, and I feel weird about it.
But really nerdy flirting. They don't know where to take it after this, and then you run out of things to flirt. You're scoring lots of points, and you go, "Oh, by the way, he thinks you're my slave." Whoa.
Now it just got weird.
I'm black, I know I talk like a fucking white high school girl, but easy on the slave talk there. That's ugh. Parody says, send in the Stephen Colbert. Bigot on socialist media says, if Candace was a real friend, she would have deleted all these texts. Well, I mean, at least the Jon Snow one.
I will say that one in the middle there where it's like, yeah, 2 reasons you're smarter than whatever. Feels like there was something else between those two, but I can't.
Well, maybe a little slave master cosplay.
Uh-oh.
We don't know. We have no idea. What I do know is that we're a little over 500 of you checking out the toe right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. We appreciate it. Throw in a couple of bucks. We're 155 away from today. Knock it out and call it another win for the toe. I apologize for starting today with drama. I know we're taking a hit because of deer hunting here in the Midwest, but also I started the show with the drama stuff. Our audience hates it. It doesn't do well for our numbers. I'm very happy that that's the case with this show, but I do feel like I had to address. Everyone's writing to me, another win for the toe. You killed them. People who hate me are over there complaining about their guys, that it's all over. They're burning alive. I just didn't want to roll in it and slather myself in it and do all that stuff. So we covered it for a little bit, and then we moved on. And but while we covered it, our audience fucking ran for the hills. They don't. I love that about this show. That if we talk drama on this show, our numbers are going to be lower. We do the Steel Toe show, people come on in. That's where we do the 6s and the 7s. All right, let's get into some other shit. Before we do, All Care Towing, 320. Oh, Return Trip says, still not as bad as TLP's interview. That's going to haunt them for a long time. It makes me almost feel bad for them because they didn't have to do it. I mean, I had already won the war. It was already over, but they couldn't help themselves. They are who we thought they were. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If you go in the ditch, if you slip and slide and you get in an accident, if the car won't start because it's too goddamn cold out, how about All Care Towing? 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our friends at All Care can pick you up from motorcycles. Are you out of your mind? To heavy-duty equipment and everything in between. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. What do we have? We have this week and this weekend for deer hunting yet?
I thought it goes like through the month with like 3 different brackets. There's like the 100 series, like the 200 series, the 300 series. They're based on location and weapon type.
Yeah. Starting on November 8th, 2025. We knew that part. Yeah, you're right. Firearm A Series, the 8th through the 23rd. Firearm A Series 200 and 300, 8th through the 16th. And Firearm B Series, November 22nd to the 3rd. Oh, so it goes through the 30th. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. November's going to be a kick in the nuts for us. That's for sure. But anyway, Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. Go check out what they have. Whether it's for ammo, whether it's for optics, parts and gear, the suppressor process they handle start to finish. Check out Midland Armory for anything you need this hunting season. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or MidlandArmory.com and have it delivered to you. Also, Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Stoney's with that live music on the weekends. Great specials for the Vikings game. The Ultimate Bloody Mary. Great way to start your Viking Sundays. And, of course, a fun place to go and hang out with new people or bring your friends and just have a killer time. That's at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway, Central Minnesota's premier biker bar. It is Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Okay, let's get into some nonsense. We've got this. Did you see the January 6th bombshell? I mean, that's probably not the word to use. But the January 6th, shall we say, eye-opening, what's the word they use? Revelation.
Okay.
The revelation. There is this woman, and I thought I had heard that she was a Fed. We have a little something here from the January 6th pipe bomber. She was a person. Now this, oh boy, Google is not sending me the same information that I'm seeing on other search engines for this story. This is interesting.
Like they might be keeping some of it from you, or
Whoa. Here's the January 6th pipe bomber, Shawnee Kirkhoff, a former Capitol police officer. So
that's awfully interesting.
Isn't that something? Isn't that fascinating? You know, every time you say, hey, it seems like a lot of this January 6th stuff was kind of an inside job.
Orchestrated, meant to look like something more than it is.
You're called crazy. You're called a conspiracy theorist. But, oh my God, dude, when I Google this, it is nowhere to be found on the news.
That's weird. You'd think news agencies would want to cut. This is a big story. I mean, this is government corruption and conspiracies. This is not quite the same level, but this is Frost Nixon shit. This is like, hey, look, they did a thing right in front of us. Well, it's strange. They didn't want to.
Shawnee Kirkhoff went to work for the CIA headquarters after the January 6th riots. Capitol Police Officer Shawnee Kirkhoff, identified as J6 bomber based on forensic match, testified to firing pepper balls at J6 crowd, then months later took a security job at the CIA. What the fuck? Dude, I can't find any mainstream news on this. So either this is like super bullshit and this is some conspiracy theory people are peddling, or nobody in the mainstream wants to touch this because it hits a little too close to home.
Because they have to kind of admit some things. Yeah, it's one or the other, which is sad in both cases.
On January 5th, 2021, a suspect planted pipe bombs near the Washington, D.C. RNC and DNC headquarters the night before the January 6th protests. The culprit was caught on video but was never caught by the FBI, the greatest intelligence service in the world. The U.S. Capitol was shut down on January 6th after the feds found the bombs near the Republican and Democratic Party headquarters. As previously reported, a mysterious suspect planted 2 pipe bombs that were safely detonated by a bomb squad on January 6th. As the Gateway Pundit reported at the time, and several times since January 6th, federal authorities shut down the counting of electoral votes by U.S. Congress when news broke that the bombs were found. It was not the J6 protesters storming the building that shut down the counting. It was the news of the pipe bombs. This is significant now that we can confirm that the bombs were planted by a female U.S. Capitol police officer who later went to work at work security at the CIA headquarters. Shawnee Kirkhoff was sent to work for the CIA headquarters after the January 6th riots. She later testified against J6 defendant Guy Rafit, who was set up by the FBI, who wired his son in his own home. Shawnee reportedly scrubbed her social media accounts after joining the FBI. I can't find this anywhere but the Gateway Pundit. And the Gateway Pundit is like a pro-Trump publication.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's not unbelievable. That's the worst part. Like, so you're telling me that they the Capitol Police used these bombs as a clear and present threat, and they found them and they knew about them and they were safely able. Yeah, like somebody told them exactly where they were and they weren't necessarily active. They weren't quite armed yet, so they were able to arm and detonate them under a controlled environment. Absolutely nobody hurt. But again, real threat posed.
Right.
And of course, for this horrible crime of trying to take down the DNC and RNC headquarters, we've got to give her a job at the CIA.
Well, Steve Baker, who's at the Blaze, if you guys remember Steve Baker, he's the guy who covered January 6th. He was in the Capitol for CBS.
Yeah, and when he switched to the Blaze, what happened to him?
They arrested him. What? They arrested him for being in the Capitol on January 6th, even though he was there as a member of the media covering January 6th. He went to work for the Blaze. They arrested Steve Baker. Well, he's been covering this story for the last week and reported on Friday about Shawnee Kirkhoff, whose name went viral on social media. Baker reported on the Blaze's determination that Shawnee Kirkhoff was the pipe bomber, saying, quote, a software algorithm that analyzes walking parameters, including flexion, knee bend, hip extension, speed, step length, cadence, and variance, rated Shawnee Ray Kirkhoff as a 94% match to the bomb suspect shown on the video from January 5th, 2021. The veteran analyst who ran the analysis for Blaze News said that based on visual observations the program can struggle with, He personally pegged the match at closer to 98%.
One, this algorithm shit's getting scary, but two,
yeah.
If again that this is one of those where I could go either way because I could believe it's just a crazy conspiracy theory, because that's very ordered chaos. But at the same rate, if you're going to, pull a false flag and putting a couple of having one of your people put some bombs in a couple places that you can find and go, oh look, these people are violent.
CIA spokeswoman Liz Lyons stated that the subject worked in campus security, saying Kirchhoff's residence in Alexandria, Virginia, appeared to be under the watch of law enforcement officers on Friday night. Blaze News editor-in-chief Christopher Bedford was pulled over by local police after stopping to observe the home. He was then allowed to leave. The FBI, which failed to solve the case in nearly 5 years of investigation, but indicated that it was closing in after Blaze News brought its investigation to intelligence sources, was feet from the Falls church address of the pipe bomb suspect days after January 6th. It should be noted that the CIA said Kirchhoff was working security at the CIA. Shawnee reportedly used her neighbor's Smart Trip card, which was purchased by her neighbor when she traveled to D.C. on January 5th and 6th. This is fucked up. Thomas Massey has been asking questions about this, and Christopher Wray, when he was the FBI director, would not give him any answers. That surprises me.
Interesting. That's surprising. I have no comment.
She admitted in testimony that she fired pepper balls at protesters on January 6th.
She didn't mention those bombs she dropped off? That's strange.
No, she didn't mention the possible pipe bombing.
Megyn Kelly introduces the subject.
Shut up, Nick.
I'd like to talk to you,
Shut up.
about Nick Fuentes and Tucker.
It won't pause. No, but nothing about planting any bombs at the Republican and Democratic headquarters.
Strange.
Lie to me better. Stop letting this shit out and then not completely disavowing it when it comes out. It's like they stopped putting any effort into tricking us. That's what's bothering me, I think.
Now we keep catching them. We're like, we can see you pulling the rabbit out of your hat, and they just keep pulling it. And they're like,
go,
yeah,
no,
but it's a magic trick.
Still a magic trick. No, there's a false bottom in the hat. Oh, no, there's not.
No, there isn't.
You're showing me the false bottom. I've never done that. You don't love us anymore, do you? Because you used to lie to us with panache. You used to lie to us with emotion and vim and vigor, and you used to be into lying to us. Now you're just going through the motions. And I got to say.
Well, let's say I have a business, and that business is selling hats. So if you see me pulling these rabbits out of these hats over and over and over again, you have to ask yourself, is there a problem with systemic racism in America?
All right, so you were at protests on January 6th, right? You were there. So, let's say I'm at the protests on January 6th, right? Okay, and I'm going up to the Capitol. I get distracted because there's a frozen yogurt stand. I love frozen yogurt. I'm a big fan of frozen yogurt. I like this place so much, I want to open a franchise. So I stay back. I talk to the proprietor of the frozen yogurt shop about opening a franchise of the frozen yogurt. Everyone else is going into the Capitol. The FBI is setting the bombs into RNC and the DNC. And I'm back, and I'm trying to talk about opening up a frozen yogurt stand where I come from. Should I be arrested for January 6th? Wait, that's what you wanted to know, Patrick? You didn't want to know about this isn't about frozen yogurt or the bombs? No, it's a simple analogy. No, I'm confused because it doesn't make any fucking sense, Patrick. And you took up valuable amounts of airtime to ask that question. That's all.
Like the longest destination we could take. You actually created places to go to get here, and it's weird.
Hunter with $5 says, I've seen several ex-Alphabet agency guys on X putting this story out the last few days. That's all I've seen. I saw tweets, and I see this Gateway Pundit article, and everyone else is just shut. There aren't even articles talking about how this is a hoax and this woman is innocent and she didn't do anything.
Right. There isn't even the whole no, but Ray Epps was just a good guy. He's misunderstood interview on 60 Minutes.
Yeah, that was the other thing. 60 Minutes wanted to hang every person on January 6th. They want them all in prison. Ray Epps, the guy who goes, we got to go into the Capitol. We got to go in there to the Capitol, and that's what we have to do. And that guy's on, what is it? That guy's on 60 Minutes, and they're like, this poor bastard. He's just getting threatened.
Trying to de-escalate things.
Yeah.
When he spoke to the kid right before the kid charged the barricade, what he told him is, you don't want to do this, son. Think about your family. And the kid went, mega, and charged the barricade. That's totally what happened.
It's 100% exactly what we saw on that film.
Oh, my God.
When Baked Alaska is chanting Fed and trying to get everyone to not follow that guy, I think the guy's blowing his cover if Baked Alaska's got it figured out, you know? Guys, we are an even 150 away from today. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks just like Hunter did there, just like Need Trump did right there. Becoming a member for 41 months says, you're doing an awesome job. Here's to another month. Thank you, buddy. 92 Rumble memberships away from 400. And again, 150 away from today's goal. Keep going. Knock it out. You guys are ahead. Stay ahead. We appreciate it. All right. We got one more Fuentes clip for today. This was his response to the Ben Shapiro, Megyn Kelly interview that we played earlier. This is from the America First show on Rumble. Nick is fantasizing about the day when he can use a Donald Trump-esque line to Megyn Kelly about Ben Shapiro.
Megyn Kelly introduces the subject. She goes, I'd like to talk to you, Ben, about Nick Fuentes and Tucker. But first, I'd like to show the audience this clip where Nick Fuentes is playing Grand Theft Auto, and he runs over a character who appears Jewish and says, that was Ben Shapiro. And then they play like a 3-minute clip from a 7-year-old stream where I'm giggling and saying, ha, 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 I think I just ran over Ben Shapiro. Ha, ha, ha.
Which at 21 years old, playing Grand Theft Auto on the internet, that's kind of funny.
It's not super duper surprising.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know, as someone who's played a lot of video games, yeah, you could pretty much do that to any character if you want to associate them with somebody. Like,
right.
It's not really big. Did he continue? Like, was this a pattern of behavior that continued, or did we just have this one?
No,
thing
just the one clip. Yeah, just the one clip.
Huh. I'd say I wouldn't worry about it too much. No.
And then everybody.
It is funny how the right is against digging up old clips to get people in trouble until they need to get somebody in trouble.
Right?
Everybody boos. Then the audience goes, boo. They go, boo, boo. Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. You people cheer for genocide in real life. We have reached, by the way, the pinnacle of fake outrage. Talk about fake outrage. I can't wait for my Megyn Kelly interview. You've called Jewish people fat pigs, slobs, disgusting animals. Only Ben Shapiro.
Come on.
Only Ben. He's certainly having fun with it. I'll say this, regardless of who you think is right or wrong, Nick Fuentes seems to certainly be enjoying himself way more than Ben Shapiro.
Well, let me say that this is the problem that the old right is having. He's a lot more funny and relatable than they are. I'm sorry to say, he's more likable. Like when you watch Nick Fuentes fuck around on his show, and then you watch Ben Shapiro scold you like he's your school principal, like Ben kind of talks to you like he's your buddy, he's your equal. You know, he doesn't talk down to you, whereas Ben Shapiro seems like he's teaching a lecture on bullshit.
You just said Ben twice, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nick. Nick seems more relatable.
Nick is more relatable.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for catching that. That's why I need you here 7 to 10 Monday through Wednesday instead of 6 to 10:30 Monday and Tuesday.
I will say I do like the time slot thing, but yeah.
Do you?
We'll see how it goes through the week. Yeah. We'll round table it.
In fairness, it was more than Ben Shapiro. We have reached the pinnacle.
Yeah, that was the only part I wanted to see. It is kind of funny, though, because Nick can't really pull that off because he has said way worse about Jewish people and not just Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, no, he's gone a lot of it. But no, I was about to say this. I had to make sure I had the right name. What Nick is experiencing and what Ben Shapiro and the others are experiencing actually happened on a broader scale a long time ago. Greg Gutfeld started taking over late night, and people started going, how the hell is the right-wing conservative, we don't have any fun network, like suddenly taking over the part that belongs to the people that have fun. And everyone's like, oh, because Greg Gutfeld does a show, even if he has his political views, he has fun. He's more entertaining. He's more charismatic. And
Right.
Nick is literally experiencing that. And Ben Shapiro and them are now what was formerly the left going, guys, we're making our very serious points and nobody's supporting us. What's going on?
Yeah. And this other guy is mocking us. Like, we're outraged and we're mad. It's like Ben has become the new left.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick and Tucker and all these other guys are still being the right, what the right kind of became. Snarky, sarcastic, all of that. People don't want to watch someone when they feel like that person's just shaking their finger at them.
It gets old after a while, yeah.
Yeah. Need Trump with $20. Give that boy a karmic.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
He says, here's a little bit to help with your goal today. Steel Toe Show rocks. Thank you very much. 1:35 away from this morning again. You guys are doing amazing. You guys are doing great. Keep it up. Just a couple at a time. We'll have this thing rolled. Maybe by 10 o'clock. Maybe before Johnny leaves at 10. We'll have this
I'm
thing.
leaving at 10?
Remember, 7 to 10.
Oh,
Because I don't want to make you work any more hours.
Okay, then I totally, because I was going through this, so that was my only thing, is like the only issue I have with this is that it puts more time on my docket. But if I'm not doing, then yeah, that
Right.
works fine with me.
7 to
That's
10.
beautiful.
Yeah, 7 to 10 Monday through Wednesday instead of 6 to 10:30 Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
Because then I don't have to do two solo shows. It seems like a weird week because like Thursday it makes sense for me to be solo. It's the last YouTube show of the week. You know, kind of wind it down, whatever.
And Rumble Friday is just craziness. You don't need a co-host. The audience goes nuts.
Fucking bananas. Rumble Friday is a runaway success for the old toe. Johnny 8book says the big takeaway from your thing is Carl fucking sucks. Guys, that was not a Carl production. Carl was trying to put lipstick on the pig. Carl was trying to manipulate the audience. Carl was trying to pause it to make it sound like it wasn't as awesome for me as it was. Dude, I'm sorry, and some of you have already figured it out, and I ain't going to tell you when you're questioning your religion where you should go, but a lot of you were saying, I think this Moody might be an autistic psychopath street shitter. It's like, yes, that's what we've been telling you. And you're finally learning it, and that's good and great. And I'm not going to try and push you in one direction or the other, but your instincts are good. This was a him production. Carl is that guy in school who desperately needs friends, and he's not in a position to say no to anybody. So these guys drag him down the primrose path, you know, because Carl's whole thing with WATP used to be observe and report. Like it was don't touch, don't fuck around. These guys got him to break that rule so many times because he just wants people to like him. He just wants to have friends. Even though this is the internet, they're not your friends, Carl. These aren't real people. And Carl just, you know, he's the classic case of his mom would say he got caught up in the wrong crowd.
Oh.
He ran with the wrong crowd. He didn't do nothing. You know,
he was fine until he met those guys.
Carl's the Gestapo member who was just following orders, and that's true. I'm defending him by saying that because Carl doesn't have any leadership qualities. Carl's not the guy in charge. Carl's the OP of his own show. He just gathers clips and plays them for people mildly funnier than him. So in this case, Carl was just Moody's towel boy. That's it. This is Moody's Geraldo Al Capone vault moment. This is Moody and Patrick's toe vault moment. I mean, I got to say, I give Carl a little grace. Carl was a mere foot soldier in this whole thing because Carl can't pull something like this off. In fact, this runs antithetical to everything Carl stands for, but since it's me and he needs the money and I'm a draw, he went along with it. So I don't
know if you know what defense means.
That's not me defending him.
It's weird. It kind of threads this strange needle between defense and just.
People are saying that he eats foreskins and that interview was all his fault, and I'm trying to defend him from that.
And I understand, and that's where you do accomplish that objective.
Right.
I just feel like it's a scorched earth way to go about it, but it's
I'm trying to help. I'm just trying to be a friend.
You're just trying to help. That's the important part to remember, guys. It comes from a place of love.
Ray Peacock says Carl is the perfect example of why you should tell your children no once in a while.
I mean, again, this
Yeah, I have to learn
wasn't
that
this
fucking
wasn't
skill.
Carl's thing. Carl just went along to get along. I mean, and he was being such a good soldier. He was coping that, this wasn't the disaster that it was. He was pausing it to try to manipulate the people who were watching it over and over. It is funny to watch. I've been telling you guys this, and this isn't me bragging. It's just that when people are finally starting to realize something you've been trying to tell them, it's my fault because I say it in such an arrogant, cunty way. That is my fault. But I'm talking to people who don't like me. So, I will try to say it nicely. I've been telling you from Jump Street that everything you guys believe about me is those guys projecting their own bullshit and making it about me. I am not any of the things you guys have been hearing on that show. That's those guys' insecurities about their own personalities, and they're tossing them at me. That's why Moody said to this guy he was interviewing, he's like, we know Aaron on the outside. No, you don't, dude. That's psychotic. That's you being a psychotic clinger. You don't know me on the outside. But I will say this, he's not lying when he says that. In his brain, he's delusional enough to believe that. So when they go, Aaron's delusional, Aaron makes things up. We now see that's what Moody does, and he needs that to be me so he doesn't feel like the monster. I've always understood it. I'm just glad that I'm getting DMs and shit from people that they understand it. Because this right here, performance art, doing a show, fucking around.
I don't know why they can't, because this is, and I don't want to delve too much on the drama stuff either, but I feel like this is weird. I have memory issues and brain damage. I could have swore we've kind of revolving door hit this point before where everybody's like, oh, he's this asshole, blah, 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 blah. And then you go, nope, here's the truth, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And they come all the way around and he didn't lie. That always comes back to it. So I just feel like at a certain point, it's just, you just at least expect that if that's what he said, I'm not going to. Again, I just feel like, isn't there better ways to spend your energy?
It's funny to watch these people realize it in real time, though. Let's go to Bigot on Socialist Media. He says, Moody wants to know Aaron on the inside of his asshole. I just want to say publicly right now, I do not give consent because that's going to be important. Veldrain with $1 says, I don't want to add insult to injury. That's a lie. I want to add insult to injury. Meme is also live. Oh, if Meme is covering the Ralph thing, then that's going to tank us too. Nice and hard, that's going to tank us, boys and girls. So we got deer hunting, drama, and meme copium. Oh, fuck me. Well, you know what, guys? Then today's show is all about just bullshitting and hitting the goal, talking about the stuff we've got and hitting the goal. That's what we're at this point. It is not going to be a numbers day. That's for damn sure. 1:35 away from today. Thank you guys very much. We do have a couple of people on Rumble, and they're going, they're saying they need a fucking membership on Rumble because they hate the ads. Okay. They hate the ads. Mr. Sista, I love Mr. Sista with $1. Says, Kitty girl, not many know you on the outside, but a lot know you on the inside, deep inside, pushing against your heart. Now I'm horny. And I don't like doing this show when I'm horny. God damn it.
For me, it just gets a little awkward.
Oh, we have a real life Pornhub clip. No. Whoa. You know what? I could have set that up.
You might want to preface that. I mean, this is the internet, but Jesus.
We are not going to be playing a Pornhub clip on the show today. What I'm saying is the setup to this story could be a Pornhub title. Does that make sense?
Okay. So it's like a scenario one would technically see on Pornhub.
Horny stepson has taboo sex with stepmom.
Why does
right? Dude, it's incest.
It's wrong.
It's literally porn that was filmed to be incest porn, but they started clamping down on portrayals of that. So they added step into it.
I just feel like the people that come up with these things clearly grew up as only children because that's just gross.
You don't like the...
Anybody that's had siblings is like, that's disgusting. Yeah.
You don't like the stepsister scenario?
No, I do not. Do not.
Stepmoms. I mean, this is like the biggest category in the world right now.
Yeah, and that's why we as a society are doomed.
It visibly disgusts you.
It's gross. I come from a large family. I would never F any of them.
Right.
Dear Lord.
Well, let's take a look at this story just to show you that sometimes life imitates art.
Michaels is on trial for the 2023 murder of Jonathan Willett, the father of her two children. One of his children is Devier Willett, who told a jury he became sexually involved with Michaels when he was 19, and they later got married. Michaels also going by several other names, including Nikki Fairchild, which is her alias in the adult film industry.
She's literally a porn chick.
After Michael's defense attorney tried to pin this murder on Devier Willett, the prosecutor flat out asked him under oath if he did it.
Did you kill your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in killing your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in what happened to his body after?
No, sir.
Devier Willett telling that jury that before his father's death, his father had actually recently just learned that he had married Michaels in those years before and that he was getting kicked out of the house. Michaels' attorney tried to show the jury Willett resented his father, suggesting that the way he described their relationship to a grand jury and to police was all a lie.
And you've lied to him about the relationship that you have with your wife, and you've lied to him about the living arrangement where you're getting kicked out by your father, correct? He's moving you out.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what exactly had happened.
Devier Willett telling the jury he didn't actually remember much from the time of his father's murder because he says he was drinking heavily, but that he resented Michaels after her arrest. He said he hasn't talked to her since and he wants a divorce. Now
Really? So she decapitates your dad.
Now you're like, I'm not cool with this chick.
So Las Vegas man says he slept with porn star stepmom for years before father's decapitation murder. So if you were confused as to that story, the 19-year-old was banging his stepmom. The dad was going to throw them out of the house because he learned of the relationship. She decapitates the dad. This is the worst ending to a Pornhub story I've ever seen. This is way too gruesome.
Right?
I mean, usually it's, the dad, he goes on a business trip somewhere and he leaves, and then the stepmom catches her stepson jacking off, and then she's like, well, why don't I help you with that there, big fella? And then all of a sudden you got I don't write them.
I'm just amazed you're so well versed in how they go.
So that's usually how and then the dad comes home from his business vacation and nobody's the wiser, right? Well, the dad here got wise to what the relationship was, so he wanted to throw the whore and his whore-banging son out of the house. And she thought, well, you know how we could stay in the house? Is if we
just make sure he's not here anymore.
You just got to chop your dad's fucking head off. And apparently that was a big source of marital strife for these two. She felt it necessary to cut that guy's dad's head off, to which he did not feel that was necessary.
I just feel like they gave up on their vows so easily in sickness and in health and in patricide. Like you gotta
right. It's the patricide thing. They weren't listening. Zen Man says that chick was in porn. Yeah. Did you see those fucking cartoony
ridiculous knockers she had?
Yeah.
Clearly an aftermarket feature.
Exactly. Gray Duckling says, well, did he come? Jesus Christ, Gil, there's some questions you just don't ask. God. Just a terrible, terrible situation. So I think, what I like about this guy, though, is he didn't simp so hard that he went down for the stepmom wife lady. Like he knew when to pull up. And he pulled up at, no, I'm not going to go away for helping you murder my dad.
Did you know when to pull out?
No. Didn't they say they had 2 kids together?
Oh, so he couldn't get it all right. All right. You know what? But 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I'm still docked points for stepmom. No.
No.
I mean, it's just no.
Zen Man says, but she was fugly as hell. Everyone's beautiful to somebody, you know? Everybody's beautiful to somebody. Brian says, we know what Aaron watches. No, I know what do they call that? The storyboards for that kind of thing. You know?
I don't. Thank God I have you as a resource for this because I'd be completely lost.
Hey, we got to start watching because as of last night, they said that there was a deal to end the government shutdown.
Oh.
And I haven't saw anything today. Senate deal puts government closer to reopening. 3 hours ago, U.S. Senate passes deal aimed at ending longest government shutdown ever. Senate advances deal to end government shutdown as air traffic control staffing worsens. That's 25 minutes ago. So we are heading to an end of the government
it's like the
shutdown.
Democrats waited until after the election to see if they could get more votes.
Well, I'm not sure if they've told us what's in this deal yet, or if it's a Nancy Pelosi, we'll have to pass it to find out what's in it. But the vote is, so we're going through some procedural steps this morning. Maybe by the end of the day, they can have this thing done. The agreement was negotiated between Senate Majority Leader John Thune and the White House, with Democratic Senators Jeannie Shaheen and Maggie Hassan of New Hampshire and Angus King of Maine, an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. Republicans have that 53-47 majority in the Senate, but they need 60 votes to reopen the government. They were able to attract 8 votes from the other side of the aisle, while losing just 1 in Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, who voted against it because it would increase the national debt. That's why I love Rand Paul. Rand Paul will not vote for anything if it adds to the debt.
National debt.
The deal includes an agreement for a vote in December on extending health care subsidies that are due to expire this year, a key issue Democrats have been holding for concessions on. So the Democrats didn't get the health care subsidies that they wanted, but they got the promise that
kick the ball down the road.
Yeah, there's going to be an up and down vote on the health care subsidies. Democratic Party leaders said they would not lend their support to new funding for government operations until Congress addressed the subsidies that help tens of millions of Americans pay for health insurance purchased through government-run exchanges. I'm thankful to be able to say we have senators, both Democrat and Republican, who are eager to get to work to address that crisis in a bipartisan way. We also have a president who is willing to sit down and get to work on this issue, so I'm looking forward to seeing what solutions might be brought forward. Well, it is officially the longest government shutdown in history, as you can see there.
Yep.
October 2025, 40 days. December 28th. So Trump's got the 2 biggest ones.
He's got the 2 largest ones.
Yeah. And then you got the next one is 21 days.
95 was Clinton.
Yeah, so Clinton had a 21-day one. Obama had a 16-day government shutdown. All the rest are in the single digits. So wait, we didn't have any government shutdowns before 1981? Oh, no, since 1980. Okay. I was going to say. I hope that's not a new
I feel
phenomenon.
like a few times we might have kept the doors closed.
Yeah, then you've also got Trump saying today that, or talking about it this weekend, that there may be tariff checks of $2,000 coming.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I could certainly use that.
We're gonna print some more money. Although it's backed by the tariffs, but if you're $1.8 trillion to a deficit every year, you know, that's such government math that like, hey, we're running a $1.5 trillion deficit. Yeah, but we made $300 billion in tariff money, so we're just going to give that money to the American people. It's like, well, no. You're still $1.2 trillion under or over in spending for this year. Oh, no, you don't understand. We made $300 billion. No, I know, but it's still, you're negative.
You're not covering the spread, my friend.
Coltrane says tariff checks will just help increase inflation in 6 to 12 months. Maybe you might just see Americans take their $2,000 checks and go, oh, great, I can put this towards the credit card I've been putting the groceries on.
Right. You're going to see a lot of people paying off if they're smart, they're going to pay off their debt with it.
Yeah. Somebody saying the Democrats finally caved. That's the deal. I mean, it does sound that way because the Republicans didn't vote to reopen the government and give the government subsidies to the Obamacare stuff. They voted, yeah, we'll vote on it later.
They in a way, they just kind of, they debrided the issue of the government from the vote on the healthcare. They're going to make it a separate thing, which if they haven't won it yet, I don't see how they'll win it then unless they got enough seats over the election for the Democrats to have some sort of majority.
Yeah, I just, if you got a 50, if you're the Republicans, why not guarantee an up or down vote on the healthcare thing? It's like, hey, you control the House or you control the Senate. You got 53 votes. So, yeah, we'll have an up or down vote. Sure, we'll have an up or down vote on your health care. Why not? It's like, oh, so it's going to pass? Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
But we'll give you that vote, though.
By the way, Root's asking, how would we get it? I would assume that Trump would send it based on tax records.
So, yeah, if you had your taxes, like, direct deposited and that kind of stuff, that'd kind of be the way to go.
Archmagus Tim says one of the votes today deal with a promised vote on extending Obamacare subs for another year. That's just it. They're telling the Democrats, like, hey, we're going to vote later on these Obamacare subsidies. It doesn't really sound like a win for the Democrats.
Again, it doesn't. You guys, you can't win the vote. That's why you've been holding up the government. Yeah, but we're going to get a separate vote just on the subsidies. Do they want to give you the subsidies? Oh, fuck no. So what are you going to do? We're going to push this vote to later so that way they can tell us to go fuck ourselves.
Wait, so you're saying this girl is into you? She likes you? Yeah, she totally is. Oh, she going out with you today? No, she's going out with her boyfriend, but she said she's going to call me right after she gets back from going out with her boyfriend.
She gave me your Snapchat after I gave her $200 in the VIP lounge.
Yeah,
we're like best friends.
I don't think that's what you know.
It's not how that works.
Sorry, that's not happening for you.
The Snapchat's just the whore advertising app, so you know where to pay her more money.
There's not a link in her Snapchat, is there? Oh, yeah, there. Okay.
Oh.
Sorry, ma'am.
But it's only for her fans, though.
She doesn't just give it out to anybody. Just
you have to pay for it. It's exclusive.
This is Trump announcing that they may have a deal. This is last night. Trump putting this out there on C-SPAN.
It looks like we're getting very close to the shutdown. We'll never agree to give any substantial money or any money to really prisoners, illegals that come into our country. And I think the Democrats understand that. And it looks like we're getting close to the shutdown ending. You'll know very soon. Thank you. Tonight, sir.
I love how, like, he's going to say that the subsidies for Obamacare goes to give illegals health insurance. Mm-hmm. And so he's kind of openly saying, we're going to open up the government and we're never going to give those subsidies back. It's like, it does seem like the Democrats are bending over and the Republicans are allowing them to save face.
Oh, at least he's not gloating about it. I gotta say, I gotta give Trump props for that. I think 2016 Trump would have gloated a lot harder if that's really the case. But again, nothing's actually happened yet, so this is the smarter move to not gloat about it too hard because the government's still shut down. I mean, it's looking like it'll go the way we want, and I gotta say this too. I'm not a fan of the big beautiful bill and all that bullshit. Like, I don't want government subsidies and things used for illegal immigrants. But I don't know, there's some spending stuff I'm not too kind of not happy about.
Well, it looks like it's going to be done. Hopefully it gets done today and the government shutdown is over. 1:35 away from today. Let's start the week off with a win. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get those $35 in the next 14 minutes. Let's get it down to 100 by the bottom of the hour. And let's stay ahead of the sticks, as it were, unlike the goddamn Vikings. All right, coming up next, I have one more political catfight.
Uh-oh.
And then we got a bunch of goofy shit coming today, I promise. I got Candace Owens labeling Laura Loomer a mentally ill psychopath with multiple disorders. I've been waiting for someone to say this for the longest time. We'll get to that in a second. Johnny, you take over for just a moment. I will be right back.
This is a new setup we're trying this week where I'm apparently doing 7 to 10 and then booking out. It's the same amount of time, so it's not like I'm doing more time every week, but it's spread out more, which is nice. He still gets to have his little bathroom breaks. I think that's what it is he's like, doing Thursday show, and Friday show is one thing, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday with no chance to use the restroom, that gets to be a bit much. He needs his mashed potatoes. I'm going to be live today at 1 p.m. with our girl Digger, so we'll be there. Me, my goggles, and her will all be hanging out for the afternoon, checking out we're going to keep an eye on this government shutdown thing. We'll let you know if that's passed. Maybe that'll have passed by then. The government will be back onto its way to being open, which means we'll have all new lives back in charge. Also, we had our big fun Friday funding stream, so we're fully filled for
Hey,
the
buddy.
show. Yeah? Need a
I'm
minute?
going to need you to take over for an extended amount of time.
Okay.
I just got hit really bad with some wrenchy bubble guts.
All right, you go.
Maybe from the Vikings game food. I don't know. But
right.
you get some really good content cooking. You make a shitload of money while I'm gone. And I'm going to go let Mother Nature wring out my insides.
All right, you go do that.
All right.
You go paint the town brown. I am not able to bring up stories and stuff, so I can't pull up anything on the screen, but we can look at a few other things. Let's go grab this and open that. Should just have this window open from now on. So, yeah, we'll be grabbing stories. Me and Digger will be talking about a lot of different stuff today. We try to keep it a little lighthearted. I don't do any of the drama stuff. I got tangentially, brushed by the drama stuff, and I decided that was, I guess I'm like a wild, like a white-tailed hare. I got spooked, and now I'll never be the same. So I don't go to that stuff. We kind of try to keep it out of my show. And we talk about what's going on in the news, and then wild, goofy stuff. We tend to have some animal videos. And, of course, we're from 1 to 4:30. We had a bunch of fun on Friday, so we're ahead with our goal. We've got a new studio sponsor. Their logo got done. Let's see. That's the Trump's one's appeal. This is just, again, not the best. Let's see what we've got over here. I wish I could pull stories up on the screen. That'd be nice. I could go to a video or something. We could have a little more fun with this. Trump was in the booth at the Washington Commanders football game. Ooh, might be able to get into that. That'll be a bunch of fun to talk about. We also have, I already talked about this. The Knights of Knee for Medicaid fraud. We covered that a long time ago. How is that still news? Report the government shutdown ended. What? Oh, this is just saying that they've reached a bipartisan deal and agreement. But what's government shutdown? And now we have to go pull up on government shutdown. Government shutdown. Let's go check that. He totally had to swivel the mic over because he had his shirt off. That's my bet. All right, so 8 Senate Democrats break ranks with the government shutdown. That's what he just covered. So, yeah, I don't feel like, why does that one saying it's ending? Ended. It's not ended. It's ending. Private jet demand on the rise amid government shutdown. Interesting. We'll check this. Demand for private jet flights and last-minute bookings are up sharply in recent days. CEO of charter and fractional ownership company FlexJet told the news. The increase comes as Trump's administration. But, yeah, dude, the problem isn't we don't have the pilots. The problem is we didn't have the air traffic controllers. How does using more private planes fix that problem? The FAA plans to curb private jet traffic at 12 major airports on Monday. Oh, so that's why the government shutdown needs to end. Everybody's private jet flights are suddenly getting canceled. Demand for flights on private jets has been on the rise during the U.S. government shutdown as commercial air travel headaches have worsened. The CEO of a private charter and fractional ownership company, FlexJet, told the news more than 17,000 U.S. commercial flights were delayed over the weekend.
I don't mean to interrupt what you're doing.
Yeah?
But you're doing a great job. I'm going to be back in a little bit still.
Dear Lord.
This is not, I'm taking a real Vikings second half right now.
All right. You go do that. Now I'm almost more curious what's going on with him. I've had some, maybe it's going around. I've had some gut issues, but mine's entirely self-inflicted because I ate way too much Carolina Reaper spicy salsa, and I still have, like, there's a solid lump of lava moving through me. So I'm just I've tried Pepto-Bismol. I've tried it all. And there's just a solid sphere of burning moving through me at any time. And it's reached the lower half. I've had some intense intestinal issues myself. But now I'm a little worried. Is he going to make it back for 10? I'm not doing this thing for extra, man. I was already like, hey, this change is great, but it seems like the math doesn't math, and it turns out that's because I had the wrong numbers, and the numbers are the numbers. So I did all the math, and now I'm fine, and we're good, and everything's great, and now he's like up, and then we're going to be gone. All right, so yes, the commercial flights have cut their schedules in 40 major U.S. airports by 4%. Initially, with the potential increase as much by 10% by the end of the week. So yeah, it's interesting. Now that corporations are starting to feel it and the election's over, we can suddenly get this government shutdown to an end. And it's almost been a month. And for other than the snap riots, which I have not seen happen, what was the big hubbubaloo? What was the big problem? I guess the air traffic controllers were finally getting to a problem. But without that, it's not as big a deal. Let's go see if we have any super chats and Rumble rants and things to read. I can't pull them up on the screen, but we will read them. You want to send in that to help knock out the goal. We'll make sure we cover all of those. Oh, you tell a guy that I don't want you in the chats. And then you're like, yeah, but I'm gonna be gone for an extended period of time while I blow my asshole out. This is a really great way to do it, buddy. Rumble rants. And hey, look, and see now, now I've got audio looping through. Thankfully, you didn't hear that though, because I have this shit set up like a pro. Well, are we doing okay? He sat down gently. How's your butthole? Oh God, I'm reading the chats. These are good.
I don't know where the hell that came from. It was out of nowhere. By the way, John Edwin with a perfect one. A Tale of Two Shitties.
Yeah, I was looking at that one too. That was very good. That was very, very good.
Dude, I'm gonna get through. Don't worry.
You're gonna be okay.
But this was bad. I don't know.
But I've been good for the whole show.
I don't know if it's because I witnessed that Vikings game yesterday. I don't know if that's what it is. And that it made me sick, literally made me sick to my stomach. But that's bad.
Like I said, I can trace my issues all the way back to massive amounts of extremely spicy stuff, including Carolina Reaper salsa, and I know exactly where my discomfort is, what's causing it, and how it's going to end. But yeah, it's surprising. You're normally really quick about this, then you're like, I'll be right back, and then you came back the second time, but no,
it hit like it just, my guts just got squeezed, and I'm like, oh God, this is terrible. It's horrible. This is stabbing pain. And then I'm like, you know what? We'll get around, whatever this poison is, we'll get it out, and we'll be good. And then the poison came out, and then I'm like, I'm ready to go back. And then as I'm walking back,
Your body's like, wait. We found some more.
I get another body shot.
Oof.
And now I'm not sure who to trust or what to do. And, if people are saying too much Celsius can do that to you, I was going to brag today. I had a bubbler. I'm trying to cut back on the caffeine and see if I have a bubbler, I can do the show just fine. I don't need that 200 some milligrams of caffeine. So I went with something that has 60 milligrams of caffeine in it. Cut it back a ways, and it's been working fine.
Maybe your digestive system needs a little bit of time to adjust, though.
Right? I don't know. Archmagus Tim says tainted mashed potatoes. I don't know.
Yeah, could be anything. How are we doing now, though? You feel good? You feel strong? Or are you still on shaky ground?
I'm wounded, but I'm still in the fight, Sarge.
All right.
I'm wounded, but I'm still in the fight. $20 from Gay Cuckling. Thank you, buddy.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
I love that guy. And also, he's doing it for Johnny.
Let's do it for Johnny, man. We'll do it for Johnny.
Veldrain with $1 says Aaron is giving Johnny CPT as the new schedule. The C can stand for whatever you want it to mean. Yeah, I mean, nobody ever kind of makes up what that stands for. Ever. Veldrain with $1 says, is Aaron snail trailing his bubble guts issue? It's fucking disgusting.
That is gross, sir.
Redbird with $1 says, you see, Aaron, when a phallic object is inserted into the male anus and rapidly thrust back and forth, there are consequences. We've told you this before. I was not sodomized. I wasn't. Hulkamasha Baby says, Dr. Doom says, we know you just had a bubbler. Oh, I get it. Hulkamash says, tell me SP loosened you up without telling me she loosened you up. It might have been the 4 or 5 beers I had at the game. It could be that, but I doubt it because that's not a lot of beer. It could be the Popeyes I had on the way home after the game. It could be the walleye cakes eggs Benedict that I had yesterday for breakfast. But I don't know.
So they were like crab cakes, but with walleye.
They were like walleye cakes that had shrimp in them, and then a poached egg on top of it, and hollandaise sauce on an English muffin. It was spectacular. It was a place called Three Squares Restaurant in Maple Grove.
Sounds interesting. I'll say that.
Reformed Rapscallion says, stop anally taking the beers. That probably would help.
Well, you can breathe through your butt. Why not chug through it?
Dr. Doom says, Aaron just got mershed. No, I was not molested. That's nothing. Archmagus Tim says it was definitely the Popeyes. Well, we got to have a culprit. We are a 120 away from today. Keep it going. Hey, who's got that 20 to drop in right about now to get us to 100 at 9:30? Let's get that 20 in there, a couple of 5s. Let's do that. I love that we're sitting right at the cusp of being where we need to be today. I appreciate it. So let's get those last couple, let's get those Rumble memberships back to where they used to be before my 1-week vacation. Oh, that was another funny thing I heard in the interview. It was like, Aaron kept referring to it as a 1-week vacation. It's like, it's called a joke. We're fucking around. It's called self-deprecating humor, where I make fun of the fact that I was in jail for 6.5 days.
It's kind of like it was part of this whole thing where you took a lighthearted approach to the whole matter, right? Because it was unavoidable. So why be a prissy little bitch the entire time? I mean, I'm sure when you got dropped off and you cried into SP's arms and you're like, I'll never be the same again, mama. Like that part probably, but the rest of it.
It was the sobbing and the idea that, sodomy may be possible, not knowing where I was going. Those were the things that really kind of shook me up.
But then you got there and you realized, nah, and you just relaxed and you rolled with it.
Yeah, then you get there and you're like, if I wanted to, I could sodomize all of them. I am the one who sodomizes. I wouldn't, though. You see, I was given that responsibility. I was given that, and I didn't use it. I mean, shit.
I realized once the poop on the first floor happened, I realized I'm not up for that kind of game. No. I just hear about that, and I'm already like, ooh, gross.
Exactly. So you can basically trust me with the nuclear codes. At this point.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but yeah.
Candace Owens going after Laura Loomer. I just want to play this because I love it so much. Not enough people viciously attack Laura Loomer rhetorically. Not enough people call her names. Not enough people insult her both intellectually and her looks. What I'm trying to say is not enough people bully Laura Loomer. This chick is insane. And I don't mean this chick is insane in like, oh, she's just a little out there. No, this chick is fucked 6 ways to the weekend. Like, Laura Loomer should not be in front of microphones talking about policy, having the ear of the president. Like, she's a psycho. She's a crazy woman. She's a garden variety wacko. But she's in the game.
We finally have Candace Owens to step up to that bat.
Thank God, when you need someone to talk endless amounts of catty high school shit about someone, God gives you a Candace Owens. So here's our Queen of Sheba attacking the Yiddish nightmare, Laura Loomer.
And by this, I mean the pro-Israel crowd are signaling hard to us that another 9/11 is coming. They're jacking up the jihad rhetoric. Everyone's a jihadist. Muslims are coming. The Muslims are here. Mabdani, there's a jihadist threat. Something big is coming. And the Pentagon, okay, like where the Department of Defense is housed, the Pentagon, which was implicated in 9/11, a lot of questions about what the Pentagon was up to.
Yeah, get him.
A lot of questions about the Pentagon, okay?
Get him, Candace.
They have just
She's my CO.
Press passes. They've just put Laura Loomer in their press corps.
Wait, what? The Pentagon, like that's like a daycare, right? Like there's a daycare that's like called the Pentagon because the building's shaped a certain way.
I think she means like the main building for the
Department of Defense. I just had a Department of Department of
you
Defense.
had a heavy department.
Yeah,
but no, the Department of Defense. Yeah, no, pretty sure that's the Pentagon she's talking about.
See, like the military, the army, the boom, boom, bang, bang Pentagon.
Yeah.
They put Laura Loomer in the press corps.
Yeah, the one that strangely on 9/11 had a plane just hit the records building where they were keeping financial records. That Pentagon.
Now, can you confirm or deny whether or not the press corps is a fancy word for the straitjackets they use to restrain people there, or is that?
I'm pretty sure the press corps is just a news thing. I don't think that's.
She's going to be reporting news out of the Pentagon. So everybody in the Pentagon is going to be an anti-Semite until they tell her that she's going to publish all those stories until they tell her that they're cool with bombing Iran. And then the Pentagon, basically, she's going to write all kinds of hit pieces on everybody who doesn't want to firebomb the Gaza Strip or the West Bank and call them all Jew haters. Is that
pretty much? That seems like what we're going to get.
Okay.
It is Laura Loomer.
Yeah.
Check this out. Check out this headline. Conservative activist Laura Loomer, a Trump ally, says she has a new Pentagon press pass. Now, this is of interest. This should be of interest to everybody because you don't have to be a Laura Loomer hater or a Laura Loomer lover to know that Laura Loomer quite literally has psychiatric issues. Okay, she has been on multiple Psych 5150 holds.
Has she really?
Is the person who, in case you didn't know this, chained herself to Twitter.
I remember that. Twitter blocked Laura Loomer's account, so she put on a Holocaust yellow star, handcuffed herself to Twitter's building, and held a sign. And Johnny, you know who cared?
I think a sum total of nobody.
Nobody.
I mean, I look at that photo, I'm like, wow, Marilyn Manson's put on a weight.
Right. I just expected her to be yelling, "The beautiful people, the beautiful people." So wait, you're saying this person chained to the door outside Twitter had ribs removed so they can suck their own dick?
Looks like it.
That's weird. How are they going to suck Netanyahu's? At least she wears really bright red lipstick so that Netanyahu knows where to put it.
Right? It's nothing like having a bullseye.
Yeah.
Banned from Twitter. And she wore a Star of David. Now, crazier than the fact that she chained herself at Twitter headquarters. And
by the way, when she wore that star, David threatened to sue. David sent Laura Loomer a cease and desist from beyond the grave when she wore his star.
Look, we don't like how you're repping the brand.
Right.
Like, can you tone it down?
We'll murder children as they wait in line for food, but you wearing our star, we're going to have to ask you to cease and desist.
It's kind of like this whole straw camel's back thing. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Wearing a Star of David and trying to correlate being banned from Twitter as being in a Holocaust is the fact that Laura Loomer is factually not Jewish. Okay, so
and not only that, but Twitter actually exists. That was a joke, by the way. It was not. I didn't mean that because Twitter doesn't exist. It's X now.
I'm still calling it Twitter. I refuse.
Right. That's why I still call it the Holocaust, even though the rest of the world started to call it the Holocaust. So I'm old fashioned that way. I stick with the previous branding.
She's living in a delusion that she's even Jewish. That was politically expedient for her to say that she was Jewish. She can't produce any bat mitzvah pictures because it never happened. No bat mitzvah, just never.
Oh my God, is she going with the what's her name? The French, not Sarkozy. What's the French president? Macron. Is she going the Brigitte Macron has a cock route with Laura Loomer's not a Jew?
I think so far, yeah.
She's gonna make Laura Loomer count the pennies she picked up off the sidewalk that day in court, and she's going to make Brigitte Macron show her cock or her pussy in court.
I'm weirdly okay with the first one. The second one, I don't, maybe to like a panel of judges, I don't want to be involved.
By the way, this is what Candace Owens will look like if she ever loses all of her teeth. Now we know.
Happened. She became Jewish, in essence, I suppose, for political reasons. And has gone.
Wait, how would becoming Jewish help you politically?
Is there some sort of like lobbying group or poll they have in politics?
Why that would help?
Especially as a political pundit.
Yeah, I don't get it. Johnny, I don't understand either. That's
is it financially beneficial? Who do I talk to?
Laura Loomer looks like the kind of girl that you would fuck at a party, and then you would deny it to your friends, but you'd like keep texting her every week or two. Like, because you still can't decide if she's fuckable or not.
She looks kind of like Carrie Ann Moss. It's like Trinity right there.
There's a little
that's where like that should be a signal to you, because if you followed that actress and stuff she's done, you should be like, yeah, she has kind of a dark-haired, sexy vixen, but that's also the sign of like, but no.
Yeah.
So far in this identity crisis that she changed herself to Twitter headquarters and made it like a Jewish thing when they kicked her off of Twitter back in 2018.
I got to argue with Candace on this one. If Laura Loomer's not really Jewish, I don't live in St. Cloud, Minnesota. This has all been some kind of fabrication. I mean, if Laura Loomer isn't perfectly Jewish, I mean, I've listened to her whine about stuff. I mean, dude, if she's not Jewish, she's the Frank Caliendo of being Jewish.
She's got that character down so well.
I mean, it's creepy, right? She's
like the fucking Prestige.
If she's not Jewish, she is Kevin Pollak's Christopher Walken of being Jewish.
God, I love his Walken. Yeah, dude, that's impressive. Like, she's even got the nose down. I don't know how, like, you can't learn as Madden once said about nose tackle, you can't learn that.
No.
That's just born.
She's got Jews up, nose down. That's what she.
Now, I don't even agree with the fact that they kicked her off. I don't agree with them kicking anybody off. But you should know that our Department of Defense, for whatever reason, is signaling that she's an okay person to be in the building. That just seems like maybe a flight risk. Like if you're just interested in basic safety and defense, you wouldn't allow that person in a building like the Pentagon specifically. And they're doing that. Why? Because she has proven over and over.
Didn't you say she's a Jew? I thought you said she's Jewish. You already, Candace.
I thought we covered that part already.
Candace, you're smart.
Over again, that she has no soul and she will lie over and over again on people, on places, and on things that she sees with her own eyes, as long as she defends the state of Israel, which has absolutely nothing to do with her and her ethnicity.
I thought Candace's whole point here was that she wasn't Jewish. But when she goes through the list,
I mean, again, this is either Candace is wrong, which I hate to see that, or best character impression ever.
I mean, it's dynamite. It can't be beat.
It's better than Jim Carrey's Joe Biden, as we heard. Jim Carrey apparently played Joe Biden.
It's really solid. Root says Laura Loomer looks like she can unhinge her jaw and swallow children whole. We've established that she's Jewish already.
Dear Lord.
God, it's like none of these people listen. Thank you very much, Archmagus Tim, for $2. Says she looks like Cillian Murphy in a wig. That's a good one. That is not a bad comparison. 120 away from today's goal. Guys, we need to get a move on. We fell behind for the first time today. Aw, I don't like falling behind. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow if you can't throw any money at us. But if you can throw some money at us, chuck it right at our big fat heads. Let's get that 120 taken down and call it another win for the toe. Johnny, you've got about 20 minutes left. I'm going to open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. And after I do open these up, I fucked up one of the links. Some bitch. After I open these up, you can tell everybody where to find you. Oh, we have the Trailer Park Boys story coming up in a little bit also. That's a sad one.
Boys?
All right, go ahead, Johnny. Where can they find you today after we're done here?
Oh, after I'm done, I'll be on at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time on Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. You can look up Just Kidding LLC, or you can look up Johnny K. You'll find me on Rumble and those places. Me and Digger will be going from 1 to 4:30 today, so we'll be on live today.
Veldrain with $1 says, where do I get that hyper-realistic girl mask? Oh, never mind. It's just Laura Loomer.
Uh-oh.
Hobo Chili says, I'd like to chuck some bullets to you. Hobo, we've talked about this. Your gun analogies fucking suck. If you threw a bullet at me, it would do nothing. It would hit me, and I go, you little fucker, what are you doing that for?
This will be a pebble or a marble.
Yeah. You have to shoot.
You
have
like
to
a sling and a rock if you're hoping to do damage.
I mean, the fact that Hobo Chili Recipe was part of this nation's last line of defense really troubles me. Was he throwing the bullets at the sand people?
I guess we know why he's not still there.
I know. You have to shoot. You have to. Hobo. This is a really smart thing for me to say to Hobo Chili, by the way. Hobo, you have to take a gun. You have to load the gun with bullets, and you have to shoot them at me if you want to do any damage. You can't just throw the bullets at me. They're not going to. Oh, Hobo says, because I don't want to kill you. I just want to hurt you. Well, that's okay. That's reasonable. That's a man
Well,
who.
if you've got a strong enough pitch, it's possible.
To be honest, that's a man who can control his emotions.
He knows when to pull back.
Root says, who wants to watch two people dependent upon the government for survival smoke themselves into retardation? I didn't know you were branding your show that way now.
No, I wouldn't say I'm dependent upon the government for survival. I'm certainly relying on it right now, but yeah.
You know, he definitely kind of fucked you on that, though, because you had to pick one of the two to defend yourself first.
Right.
And smoke yourself into retardation or supported by the government.
That part happens, though. I can't deny that. We got into an argument. We got into an argument about whether or not islands float. I feel like I've lost the battle, so fuck it.
In fairness, though, she said the most retarded shit in that argument.
Right. I was still, again, like I said, I didn't defend it well, but I took the stance of no, islands don't float.
Right. You questioned yourself enough, though, where it made you look stupid.
Yeah, no, it didn't look good.
In fairness, her thing was so fucking stupid, though, that it defied the imagination.
It perplexed me.
She thought you could. She was like that congressman who thought that we could all stand on one side of Puerto Rico and we could tip it over. She basically, your girlfriend thought that islands work the way land masses do in Mario Party.
No, I was the one who made the plane landing tipping scenario, but I mean, she again thought they floated. I was like that.
Trying to figure out who's saying the most retarded thing in an argument between you two, I want to tell you right now, as an outsider looking in.
It's a losing battle.
No, it's a much longer segment than I thought it would be.
There's layers to this stupidity.
Apparently so. 1:20 away from this morning. It's our first goal of the week. Let's hammer it out. Thank you guys so much. We are about 15 minutes away from seeing if any of those fake donos come in. Don't you love those fake donos?
I love the way people think that this thing could stay afloat with fake donos. So this bit's been going on for a long time.
Yeah. Let's do this next story. This is a goofy, silly, stupid one out of Nashville. This is a fuck around and find out. A young woman or a young person in high school was having a little problem with their teacher. They didn't like the way the teacher was talking to them because, you know, kids now, you got to put some respect on their name, right?
I mean, otherwise I don't know, the kids really care. I feel like they look like, dude, I was going to make a 6'7" thing. I couldn't do it. I was going to, nope, I'm too old.
You gotta,
I can't do it like you. I can't lean into that shit.
6'7".
Yeah, no, I'm going to just sit there and go, my time has passed.
Love 6'7" and all that. But, now kids, you need to put some respect on their name. They feel that they're entitled to this respect. Well, one teacher didn't do it. And apparently we're bringing mace to school now. That's a thing that kids do. They're just bringing mace to school, maybe to stop the teacher from raping them. I'm not really sure, but here we go.
Mace? Nah, mace is crazy. Nah, mace is crazy.
Nah, she just facing me. Nah. Nah, I gotta go. Hold on.
By the way, you see this guy? Future investigative journalist. He's going to run them down. Like all these other kids want to get their phone out and they want to film this, but they want to film it from their desk. He's the one who goes, no, I want to ask some follow-up questions.
I'm going to the source here.
Yeah.
Nah.
She just pepper sprayed me.
Oh, so that's the teacher. I thought that was the student.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what's going on. Has he been maced yet, or is he going to be? He hasn't been maced
Well,
yet. Clearly not.
this closeted homosexual teacher was apparently, he said she tried to mace me. So one of the students tried to mace him. And I don't know if we're going to get another shot of the mace or if he's going to, it's, as they say in Con Air, buddy, it's time to fight, fucked, or hit the fence. And I suggest you hit the fence.
No.
She just pepper sprayed me.
Give me my phone.
Oh, shit.
She maced him. She got, ladies and gentlemen, we got one.
Why are you still fucking around with her? So that thing she had in her hand, I thought it was her phone, but she was like, give me your phone. That was the pepper spray she had in her hand. And then he's still walking towards the student who has the pepper spray, thinking, what, you're going to talk her down from this?
Dude, she chased you with the mace. She's clearly in fight mode. She's not backing down.
And you deserve it. Those shoes are abhorrent. Nice body shot. So
what are those, New Balances?
She said, first of all, easy. Those are good lawn mowing shoes. So she sets him up with a shot to the body. That's going to bring his hands down to the body to protect the body instinctively. That opens up the head for the mace shot that's coming next. So she really set this up well.
Give me my phone. Give me my phone.
Oh, dude, that other guy's lucky he didn't get caught in the crossfire.
By the way, I just want to say, I think he oversold the pepper spray.
Well, he needed her to look. He needed to look vulnerable so she could come in and try and finish him off, and he was able to get it away from her.
I don't know, man. I think he oversold it because he hit his knees, and then as soon as she went for his pockets, he popped right back up.
But he was going for the pepper spray. He needed to lure her in.
Oh.
That other guy's enjoying the show, though. He's laughing his balls off.
Give me my phone. Give me my phone. God, wait.
No, you clearly can't. I mean, you pepper sprayed a guy just now, and you still can't get your phone. Your phone's probably not something you're getting at the moment. Although,
I love news. You're going to have an appointment with police pretty soon.
Yeah, you can't. That's the other thing. You can't just mace a motherfucker just randomly.
In a public setting.
I do love this guy, though. This guy's getting close to the action. He just wants to see.
Over the phone is crazy.
He's going to fall over from this. This is his bad.
She's got fucking balls,
She's still
dude.
Asking for the fucking phone back.
I love that. She just maced her teacher, and now she's standing right in front of him going, give me my phone. Nobody's dragging her off to the principal's office by her hair. Nobody's restraining her, nothing. She just maced her teacher, and she gets to keep walking around. Because if you touch this girl, her parents are going to be at the school going, why'd you put your hands on my baby?
I don't know. Why'd she mace a guy?
Because they put her hands on my baby when she wasn't doing nothing. She just wanted a phone.
No, you can't.
Watch out, man. I'm going in. Watch out.
How many people do we need to de-escalate this?
Right. How many people? How many white teachers' aides does it take to restrain one crazy black chick?
Well, you know what they say. When it comes to mace, it takes a village.
Today, we did not get the answer to that question. We still
I'm going to
don't
say
know.
that's some pretty weak mace, by the way. He seemed to recover pretty quick.
He did. That's why I think she didn't actually get a direct hit on him. I think he was faking it for the sympathy.
He played it up a bit.
Yeah, I think he played it up. I mean, they could have just given her phone. We could have avoided this whole situation.
Why? This is maybe an insensitive question. Why is she in school? She's clearly not there to learn.
Wait. Hold on a second. you're saying, why is she in school? Why is she allowed in school? Like, what about her should not be allowed in school?
The fact that it just seems like if she's not going to go there, she's not going to learn. She's holding everything up. Like, if she doesn't want to be there, she shouldn't have to be. That's a weird place to be, but I'm like, we have too many kids in society now. Schools are overburdened. We've got too many of these kids that just want to go to the school and just to hang around and fuck around on their phone all day? Seems weird.
Well,
they're not going to pay attention in class, and they're going to mace their teachers.
Well, this is one person.
All right, well, if she's not.
You mean this one individual.
Right, specifically.
You don't mean any
individual.
particular group of people.
No, that'd be absurd. What am I, Nick Fuentes?
We'd do better numbers if you were. I'd even let you host. Give me tips with $1. Says she was expelled and has charges now. That same teacher was punched by a different student for taking their phone also. Maybe teaching just isn't your game, Mike. I know. Veldrain with $1 says, what did you do to that girl? You better have a good excuse. The principal. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you put your hands on any of these students, no matter what they do,
you better have a damn good reason.
Because you'll end up in trouble. Yeah, see, by the way, our audience is saying, Bapa Shab says Johnny is pro-segregation based.
No, I didn't say segregation. I'm just saying if you have students that act out like that are clearly disruptive to class because they have the phone or whatever, they need a strict rule that you can't bring your phone in or we'll have to take it. And if that's how they respond, we've seen this before with other students not handling their distractionary, I would call them toys. They're toys disrupting them from class. One kid lost literally a toy, his Nintendo Switch. He went crazy. I just feel like if your child's going to behave that way, maybe that's not conducive to a public learning environment.
So Johnny is not pro-segregation.
Nope.
Well, now we're not hitting the goal today, that's for sure. Thanks a lot. All right, speaking of which, before Johnny leaves, we're going to give you guys a chance to rally up, to put us in a spot to knock this thing out today. I'm going to fire up the music and light the light, and we're going to say goodbye to Johnny with a little musical interlude today.
Okay.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's do it.
Let's see if we can get this. Up. Too aggressive with your light, man. There we go. Up.
Hey, there it is. Everybody, every cup. Do it for Johnny. He's out of here in a couple of minutes. Get those gifted memberships in. Throw it all in. Now, you guys are the ones who tell me that we only hit the goal because of WPH, that we only hit it because of this. This is a chance for me to be proven right, and that this music and this light do not work, and that it's purely incidental.
Okay.
I would love to see us struggle through this song, and that I didn't have to use this song and this light in order to make a buck or two, Johnny.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. And right now, it ain't working.
It's not working.
It's not working.
Maybe all those people are out with deer hunting.
All of our bigoted viewers are gone today shooting at deer. 120 away from today. Hit it. Gifting memberships, throwing in cash. We dropped the goal $40 a day this week because you guys have been so goddamn good to us. We appreciate it. So let's do this thing. Everyone was anticipating a win for the toe and a big W today.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big twist for sure. Uh-oh, looks like we're just about done. We got about a minute left in this song.
Uh-oh.
And not a goddamn thing happening during it. So now I look like a horse's ass.
Just a little bit. We could still make it, man.
What? And I'm holding the light. That's the worst part.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. He can't even check the Venmo because he's got the light in his hand.
I got the light in my thumbprint hand, so I can't open my phone to check the Venmo.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there's nothing in there. 1:20 away from today. We got another half hour left in the show. This isn't the end, boys and girls. And if you're just joining us, Johnny's on from 7 to 10, Monday through Wednesday. I wanted him on an extra day, so I got to give him an hour and a half off here and there in order to make the math.
The books.
Yeah, to make the math work. All right. That's it. I get to turn off my light. Get to go back down here. And I just wanted to make you a part of that before
Thank
you left.
I love being included.
And guess what?
What?
Goose egg. Goose egg. Now, here's what I don't want to happen. I don't want you to leave in a couple of minutes, and then all of a sudden, a bunch of money comes in.
Yeah, because then that seems pointed.
That's not what I want. It's not what I want.
But you'll take it.
But I do want to hit this 120 because arrogant me was going, well, if I don't hit today when everybody's like, oh my, even the people who hate the toe, another win for the toe, holy shit, how does he keep doing it? He can't keep getting away with it. If we don't hit today, fuck are we even fighting for? But now it does look like we're 120 away and we're at 10 o'clock. Shit, dude. Shit.
It's going to be, we can do it.
The Ralpha Mail hit a $750 goal on Saturday. I'm getting my ass kicked by the Ralpha Mail.
I don't know how to console you for that one.
Nobody should. It doesn't. There's nothing on paper.
It'd be rough to take.
There's nothing in the journals that tells you how to handle something like that. And then I got a bunch of bummers coming the next half hour. You probably you said you didn't know this, but Bubbles got arrested for SA.
Really?
Yeah, Mike Smith, the guy who plays Bubbles in Trailer Park Boys, arrested and charged with SA from an incident in 2017.
That is disheartening.
2017 incident. He's arrested in Halifax, Nova Scotia. He's been ordered not to communicate with the alleged victim or visit their school, workplace, or home. Hopefully that's just something they say. Hopefully they're not in school still.
It's just like broad texts.
Yeah. Trailer Park Boys released a statement which confirms Smith has stepped away in his role as managing director.
Oh, dude, he was a director, not just
managing director. Yeah, all those guys helped run it. It's kind of like the letter.
A lot of them had multifaceted roles. It was a very small kind of indie project in the beginning.
We are aware of the allegation concerning Mike Smith dating back to 2017 and take such matters seriously. We recognize how difficult an allegation of this nature is for all involved. Out of respect for the legal process, we will not comment further on the case. I hope he didn't do it. I hope it was. I hope it's a bullshit thing. But
I'll reserve judgment until I have more facts, but I'm curious.
It isn't Smith's first run-in with the law. He was arrested back in 2016 after he allegedly pinned a woman against a wall. The L.A. city attorney ultimately declined to prosecute, citing insufficient evidence. So they made that go away for him.
Ooh.
Yikes. I hope Bubbles didn't do it, man.
Fame goes to weird places with some people. Thank God I'll never have to deal with that.
Thank God you're not. Nobody cares enough to, come up with allegations about you. Of course. All right, man. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. I'll see you tomorrow and Wednesday.
Appreciate you being here. Yes, I will see you the next 2 days. How lovely. Oh, I just cut him off. I just kicked him out of here. Can you tell I'm nervous about $120 left? Can you tell I'm nervous about today taking a huge W and turning it into a massive L, which is what we're doing right now? All right, we need some of those big fake donos to come in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. You know, one of the things I really liked about this new schedule of Johnny's is he didn't have to be stripped of his dignity to be here for this last 30 minutes when things aren't, as our favorite wrestler says, when things aren't going my way. So let's get those big fake donos in there and let's knock this one out before MSO's prediction of a W comes true. And this would be like a double L for us because this was supposed to be our big day. I got to say, I'm even surprised. God damn. I'm going to skip this Knights of Knee story. It's fucking stupid. It's retarded. There's a Knights of Knee in Alaska from the fucking Monty Python movie from 50 fucking years ago. They decided to make a really, hip, cool pop culture reference. The Knights of Knee in Alaska are facing several felony charges for over $500,000 in Medicare fraud. Oh, shit, I didn't know they were Somali. How can you do fraud in, what kind of Medicaid fraud are you doing in Alaska? Just a lot of, frostbite finger amputations? A care coordinator named Ryan Carroll is involved in the allegations. The care coordinator is someone who helps a Medicaid patient gain needed medical, social, and other services, regardless of the funding source for the services to which access is granted. So this guy apparently helped defraud the government of $500,000. And he basically did it the way it was done in Minnesota. He wrote down that this is how little they actually follow this shit. He kept writing down services they provided, billing Medicare for it, and then they just didn't do it. So he got the money, put it in his pocket, and it ended up being $500,000. And that's where these guys get caught. They get greedy. Like the Feeding Our Future thing was billions of dollars. The Medicaid thing here in Minnesota could hit $1 billion. This guy, $500,000 in Alaska. There's barely $500,000 in one city in Alaska. You rip off the government for that amount, they're going to notice. So now we've got another one. And I'm sure they're all saying thanks, Minnesota, because I bet all this rampant welfare fraud that we've got going on has caused every other state to kind of look into their books and see what they're doing. And while on one hand, it is kind of nice that we're not on our own, that we're not the only pieces of shit ripping off the government, it is troubling to know that you're right. And it's yeah, this stuff is going on everywhere. This stuff is going on absolutely everywhere. See, this is why the big W for me doesn't matter for my audience, because they didn't give a shit and they probably didn't even know it happened anyway. 09 Canyon says, why was today supposed to be a big day? Exactly. My audience is full of such good, decent people who just don't know about this AIDS and cancer. I really should just do what they want me to do. Cheeseburger Pie says, I'm not surprised because you wasted an hour on shitty YouTube drama. Well, I thought because it involved me and the host of your show looking really good, I thought you'd want to see it. But you didn't. And now 120. All right, enough fucking around. Let's, I know you want to see Panicky Pete, Aaron, and everything else. I would like to see you guys just knock this thing out because I hate this part of the show. I love the show. It's a great time and everything else, but 120, dude. We need to get moving on this. 120 does not work for me, brother. 120 does not work. So we need some of those big, fake, huge donos coming in that usually come in. We can't make it on the size audience we have, just throwing a little bit in at a time. We need big, fat fucking whales to make us feel like we're really doing an actual show. Approachable says, you don't look good in that shit. The only thing that shows is you're obsessed with them as they are with you. It makes you look sad and pathetic, like you need them and you deserve a miss today. Oh, sorry, I celebrated that a bunch of retards proved me right. Veldrain with $1 says they told the Knights of Knee to stop it, and that's all it took to stop that fraud. See? We're making 50-year fucking references for a Knights of Knee thing. Hey, you know how you guys, how we're all worried that our economy is completely dying and everything's going to hell in a handbasket and nobody can afford houses anymore? And a lot of this has to do with the fact that we've borrowed so much money, it's completely devalued the currency, thus causing prices to raise, and your dollar isn't worth what it used to be. Well, guess what? That whole young people not being able to afford a house anymore because the payments are too high, the value is too high, inflation is too big, the market's, just giant bubble. We've got, multinational corporations buying up single-family homes. Guess what? We found a solution. And I know what you're asking, Aaron, is it better monetary policy? Stop it. Is it smarter government spending? I said stop it. We're talking about real solutions. Is it fixing the way money is lended so that we can be more conservative with who we lend to, so that maybe it won't lead to these bubbles in the housing market? Again, shut up. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the 50-year mortgage. Hey. The old American pastime of got a problem, borrow longer. This is wild. I have a great idea for you guys. I think maybe since you can't afford the 15 or the 30-year mortgage, how about a 50-year mortgage? Oh, it'll be so nice. And don't worry about the interest. We'll spread it out over 5 decades. Housing director calls Trump's idea a complete game changer. Trump has done an amazing thing in this second term. He's basically taken his MAGA brand and completely corporatized it. I mean, it is nothing but a big, wet, sloppy kiss to giant multinational corporations and hedge funds that bankrolled him. I mean, I want to congratulate Donald Trump on becoming another politician. That is it's fantastic. The 50-year mortgage. You know, people like to say, oh, when you buy a home, you become a slave to the system and you're indebted for the rest of your life. And it's like, well, you can get your 30 down to 25 or 20, and then you become a little more established. You can knock it down to 15, maybe pay that off a little early. Who knows? Maybe it's only a 20-year mortgage, and it's from your early 20s to your mid-40s. That's a part of your life. It's not your whole life. But then you add in the 50-year mortgage, it really does make the analogy that you're a slave to the system and you're basically chained to your house. Yeah. I mean, you're going to literally be paying until the day you die. Now, amid a slumping housing market, President Trump over the weekend floated the idea of the introductory 50-year mortgage and appears to have the support of the Federal Housing Agency. Well, of course you have the support of the housing agency because they have the support of the banks. And of course the banks want a 50-year mortgage. They'll make buku bucks on interest payments and you'll get more fucking suckers into houses. And then they don't have to actually fix the problem. This is what we call reinflating the bubble. This is called contributing to the problem. The 50-year mortgage does nothing to address the underlying concerns that make houses unaffordable for regular people. All this does is adds a little more smoke and mirrors, a little more voodoo to the whole system. 50 fucking years. Even if you buy your house at 25 years old, you might not live to see the end of the thing. So, of course, hey, come on, Trump thought of it. He loves it. Well, yeah, of course, he's a fucking businessman and a real estate guy. Well, the Federal Housing Agency loves it. Well, yeah, of course, because them and the big banks will work together like they always do to come up with some cockamamie idea to make this presentable to the American people. And then since we don't teach finance in schools to kids, they're going to think 50-year mortgage, boy, these banks and this government really wants me to own a home. Aren't they swell? Go ahead and read when you buy a house what the interest payments are versus what goes to the principal. First year of your mortgage, you don't pay down much of that principal, my friend. They're actually pitching this with a straight face. And they're going, oh, yeah, this is a solution to our problems. Now, Franklin Delano Roosevelt introduced the 30-year mortgage. And this was after the Great Depression. So every time the banks fuck everything up and every time the government fucks everything up, they go, hey, we came up with a solution to all of our problems. Oh, what is it? The banks behaving more responsibly and the government not covering for them? No, it's actually we're going to enslave you guys financially for a longer period of time. This doesn't seem like another win for us. So FDR went with the 30-year mortgage. Trump wants to go with the 50-year mortgage. This is just digging a hole deeper. That's all this is. It's just digging an already deep hole a little bit deeper. We'll go to your thoughts in a second. Gray Duckling with $2 says, sweet, I can pay off my house right at 90. I mean, essentially, yes. By the way, Gay Cuckling now at 22. Thank you, buddy. Oh, and Need Trump. I'm sorry. I forgot to put Need Trump in there. And his 20. He's now in central booking. My bad. Shit show's out of there with his 5. Need Trump with his $20. So, yeah, you can pay off your mortgage by the time you're 90. You know what's nice about this is it's probably going to kill that whole reverse mortgage thing because you're not going to have a paid-off house to reverse mortgage anyway. $1 from Trucker 18-Wheeler says, so 50 years, buy a house at 20 and die when you're 70 so you don't have anything to give your children. I mean, when you read between the lines, that does seem to be what they're pitching to you guys. 1:15 away from today. Guys, come on. Help us out a little bit. We got a high-energy, fun show going on for you here. We need some help. We need to get this thing hammered out. We're running out of time. 1:15 away from today's goal. Let's do it. Parody says, why do you think the people were reclassified as collateral in the new steal? Well, it's kind of what Social Security was meant to be. We were collateral on debt. Papa Shab says that's their plan for you, but somehow you are evil for wanting to exist. Yes. The 50. Hey, Donald Trump, you're America first, right? Yeah, I'm Make America Great Again. Hey, cool. All of us, working class Americans, we can't afford $350,000 houses when we're coming out of college with $100,000 in debt. So we were just wondering, could you do something with our financial institutions to maybe make these houses more affordable and get this market more reflective of the reality people are living in? I've got you. We've got your back. We figured it out. What'd you do? Here's my 50-year mortgage. It's like, no, we didn't mean go work with the banks to do something that's going to make them a shitload of money and make us slaves. We wanted you to, I thought you were on our side. And Trump's the kind of guy who will pitch to you why the 50-year mortgage is a great idea. Anybody who tries to tell you that this 50-year mortgage is good is someone who does not give a flying fuck about the backbone of this economy, which is the consumer class, the middle class. I mean, they're being priced out of the market. Hunter with $5 says if you're not financially illiterate, you could probably abuse this to get a great interest rate and pay it off in 15 years. Probably not, because as the mortgages get to be higher, longer terms, the interest rates go up. 15-year rates are lower than 30-year rates. So it would stand to reason that a 50-year rate would be lower, or a higher, interest rate. So, I mean, maybe you could, but the 50-year mortgage, just a fucking terrible idea. Carlos Cameo says, combine that with Fannie Mae removing credit score requirements and welcome back subprime mortgages. Oh, you didn't know this? Subprime mortgages never went away. They're doing subprime car loans now, and those people are falling way behind on their auto loan payments. So get ready for a massive wave of defaults on automobiles in the next year or two, because they're starting to fall behind at record rates. Yeah, they didn't stop. Like that 2008 shit, that didn't stop. That's why all of us are mad, because they took $1 trillion to $2 trillion from the taxpayers. We didn't get to own any of the banks. We didn't nationalize any of them. We did nothing. We didn't get a dividend payment every quarter. Zero. We just gave them a shitload of money. They gave themselves bonuses and then kept doing the shit they were doing. You live in an oligarchy. I apologize. Trucker 18-Wheeler with $1 says, I was excited to vote for Trump, but a lot of what he's doing is turning out terrible. I realize that the other option was worse, but my support for Trump is dwindling daily. Donald Trump sold himself as Make America Great Again, yet he has served the Adelsons, he has served the Ellisons, and now he's serving all of the big multinational banks with this idea of a 50-year mortgage. And you know who ends up holding the bag? Everybody who used to have a lower middle class upbringing, but through home equity was able to pass something on to the next generation, which helped them jump up to the middle class. And they got to buy a home, and that home went up in equity as they paid it off. And then they left that to their children, and their children got a nice little payday and became more upwardly mobile financially. Home ownership is the cornerstone of creating generational wealth. And they're pricing working class people out of it because somewhere along the way in about the 90s or 2000s, the upper 1% was a little pissed that so many people, so many of these plebeians were able to join the fraternity of home ownership. Middle-class people were starting to get generationally wealthy, and they needed that money. They needed to take that money. That's why you can blame New York City for Zohran Mamdani. You can do that if you want to. But it's the income inequality and the wealth inequality. These people in New York noticed it. They don't have shit. They're living in a shoebox for $2,000 a month, and they said, you know what? Let's give this socialism thing a try. Socialism doesn't come out of nowhere. It comes from the forgotten people of capitalism. That's why forgotten people are dangerous. They rise up in numbers and they go, hey, this system might be working great for you guys way up there, but for us, it ain't working at all. That's why you got to keep that income inequality shit in check. Not because, oh, my libertarianism or, oh, my capitalism. It's because of real world examples. The forgotten poor man, if gathered in numbers, can become very dangerous. Mamdani is a symptom. He's not the disease. Trucker 18-wheeler with another dollar says, I had to get a conventional loan rather than an FHA loan because I made too much money. But in a way, I'm glad it happened that way. And Hunter, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. 110 away from today. Yeah, this 50-year mortgage idea is terrible because all it does is it enables the status quo, and the status quo is incredibly, it's financially illiterate, you know? Uriah Grove says, I'm still laughing at the guys at This Little Piggy seething at Aaron for enjoying jail. I mean, I told you it was going to happen. Lexi says at 7% on the 50 monthly payment is higher than 6.5% on a 30. Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's going to be a thing that allows the status quo to keep gouging us and driving up those prices for a few more years. Really what it does is it puts off the reckoning. That's all it does. Thank you very much to You Need Me More with $5. Says not a lot, but here you go. Hey, it's something. That's for sure, and it puts us 105 away from today's goal. Let's get $100 in there and call this a win for the toe. Thank you guys very, very much. 105 is the number. 92 memberships away from 400 on Rumble. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's get it. Let's go in there and knock this thing out, guys. What do you say? And somebody too says, I like my 2.75%. I mean, a lot of us who got in the 3s and 4s in the houses we have, I mean, you're almost, I don't want to say you're stuck in them because, you know, I'm sure you love your home. I love my home. But like going out into the market now, selling, yeah, you got a shitload of equity in what you have, but now you got to go into this market and pay this market prices and this market interest rates. No, thanks. No, thanks. Speaking of money stories, we've got a woman in Orange City, Florida, who found out she's been paying her neighbor's electric bill for years. You know, a lot of these bills you put on auto pay or you get them and you just call the number and you pay the damn thing. You don't really take time to look at it. And I suppose that's our fault. But at the same time, you trust that your electric company has the, you know, basic functional capability of sending you the correct bill. Let's do this one, then let's beg you guys for $100, or maybe it comes in during this segment.
An Orange City woman says a mistake by Duke Energy left her paying someone else's electric bill for years. She reached out only to West 2 News after getting an $800 bill she knew couldn't be hers. West 2's Volusia County reporter Pamela Combe is digging into how this happened.
Turn this fish tank on.
You know what? One thing can fuck up, like I know this is her energy bill, but one thing that can fuck up your water bill, like a lot of people think, oh, I'm getting fucked over by the water company. Check your toilets, especially ones on floors that you don't maybe spend a lot of time in. You get a loose flapper, that water just keeps running constantly. That can add a shitload of money to your water bill. Be careful of that one.
For years, Dolores No didn't think twice about her climbing power bills. She figured it was just the cost of living going up. That is until she got an over $800 bill.
Damn. I called them and they're saying, you owe it, you owe it, you owe it. And I said, there's no way.
Well, if you would stop leaving the refrigerator open at night and just go to bed, it wouldn't be so high.
Owe this bill.
After several phone calls, Duke Energy finally sent someone to check it out. And what they found left her stunned. This is supposed to be her meter. You can even see her house number engraved on the top.
It's almost like you'd have to be a mental retard in order to fuck this up. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you your current employees of your electric company.
But last month, she came to find out that the meters were actually switched.
When they turn the switch off, supposed to be this one to my house, it turns off his because he come out and says, "What's going on?" It's been going off and on for like the last 15 minutes, and the man said, "We've got a problem out here."
The mix-up meant no.
It's so easy. It's so simple, and they fucked it up.
Had been paying her neighbor's electricity for years.
He says his bill's been running 160, 170, and I'm like, well, you know, there's something wrong here because my house is a lot.
You owe me a vacation, motherfucker.
Smaller than his. His is 3-bedroom, 2-bath. Mine's 2-bedroom.
We reached out to Duke Energy about the meter mix-up. In a statement, the company said, "We have an appointment with both Miss No and her neighbor on Monday, November 10th to determine next steps to correct the issue. Our customers only pay for the energy they use." No said she's been told not to pay that $800 bill,
That's
but
nice.
it's still attached to her account.
I don't know why they just don't get it off my bill when they know it's not mine. But stick them back here in your mind that you worry about it, you know.
Covering.
Keep an eye on that shit, man. A lot of people just pay those bills because they think, it's just too smart for me. I don't really know what's going on. I'm not really sure. It's got to be right, though. No, ask questions. Be a dick. Inconvenience people. It's your money. You know? Look, she asked a question. She found out retarded people work for the power company. They fixed it for her. By the way, thank you to David. You'd all be dead now if it wasn't for my David. With $25 over on PayPal.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Let's put David's 25 on the board. Hey, guys, we're only $80 away from hammering out today. Let's get it done, huh? Let's finish this thing off. David with 25. Thank you, sir. Gay Cuckling in second with $22. Michael R. in fourth with 20. And Jason is in central booking. We kind of have a log jam at $20 because now Need Trump is getting out of central booking, which is kind of the goal, really. And he now is at 20. So, guys, 80 away. Let's do it. We got about 7 minutes to go. We've gone on rushes like that before. $80 away. It's very doable. Redbird with $1 says, "The fuck is a water bill? Get out of the city and get a private well. What are you, poor?" Well, I'm $80 away from my goal, so maybe some would say I am. Menthol Man says, "Big dono coming." I mean, we could use a nice fake dono. Let's get those fake donos in there. Why not? Look, a fake dono spends the same as a real one. So let's go continue to rack up fake donos and get that last 80 taken out for a good start to the week, huh? A good start to the week. I think what's going to happen is, and Dick Von Du said it, I think in Rumble, he says Duke is going to sue the neighbor guaranteed. Yeah, they haven't taken that $800 off her bill because they're going to find a way to retroactively put it on his and get him to pay. That's what they're going to do. But yeah, just don't pay. That's what they told her. That's always a good thing to hear from your power company is, hey, just don't pay your bill. Don't tell me twice. All right, guys, we got to fire up the music. We got to see if we can get it knocked out. $80 away. Now, I think it's Main Vein who always says, "Aaron, you can't hit the goal without a white power hour." And I said, "Yes, we can. We do it all the time. We don't need the white power hour." He goes, "Yes, you do. You need it. They won't donate unless you play it and light the lamp." I disagree. Well, today, I could be wrong because we are $80 away. No fake donos coming to save us. Fire up the music. Let's see. Main Vein and MSO versus me and you. $80 is the number. 5 minutes away. Ethan Ralph, king of the goal. He can bang his out. We got to see if we can get ours taken care of at the last possible second. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. It's been a long time since a miss. I don't even know how to handle it. I don't even know how to handle a miss. Maybe it's time to learn. 80 is the number. MSO says, I don't think the light's going to work today. Yeah, I don't know. The light doesn't seem to be working. Need Trump says, we only need 4 20s. I mean, we know what the math is. It's whether or not in those 4 minutes those 20s can come in. So 4 or 5 gifted memberships on Rumble. We'll be out of this thing in no time. But it ain't looking good. Oh, boy. McBuster says, Raytheon, Barbie, Erica. There's Main Vein with $20. He says for the superior race. I don't like that kind of talk. $65 away from today's goal. Can we do it? 65 is the number. Erica blaring on the radio. Lexi says, this was a great show today. Not great enough for my money, but good work, Aaron. Thank you. Toe Rogan says 160 50-cent pieces. Thank you for doing the math on that. 65 away. Do we have a fake dono big enough to clear that 65 and call it a win for the toe? We need your assistance. We need you to jump in. This was a big day for the toe today, and it's looking like a crash and burn for the toe. Oh, boy. We got 43 seconds left in the song. We've got 3 minutes left in the show. Parody says Rogan going over Hitler's speeches was funny. I'm way behind on Rogan. I want to watch the Billy Bob Thornton one. But I usually just watch him in clips at this point. All right. No fake dono so far. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 2 minutes to go. $65 away. And the YouTube chat's about to crash. Yep, there it goes. There goes the YouTube. All right, we'll fire it up one last time. 2 minutes to go. $65 away. Main Vein, I'm sorry you were wrong, buddy. Erica ain't going to get it done today. Be sure to tune in to the evening show where they're ahead there. We've only got like a $90 goal for the evening show tonight, so maybe we can hit that one. But either way, $65, not good. Chats are dead. Oh, there's the fake dono when you need it. There's the fake dono when you need it. Sanford's son gifting 20 memberships. There's his $100 drop for the week. Thank you, buddy. Hold on. Kill the music. Kill the music. It's been done. Sanford's son with 20 gifted memberships on Rumble. Give him his Elon.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
There's our boy. Oh, my God. 20 gifted memberships. That's good for a hundo. And there's Sanford's son, our guy, coming up big for us. I can't call that one the fake dono, though, because it came in on Rumble, not on PayPal or Venmo or anything else. Also, Need Trump is now in second place. After throwing in another 10, there's 30. Thank you very much. Miss Tay in third with 25. David in fourth. And Gay Cuckling with his 22. Now in central booking. There we go. Gay Cuckling with $22. All right. And we are all good. Need Trump with his $10 says, put me back on the board. You got it, buddy. And now we're only 72 gifted memberships away from 400 this week. Thank you, Sanford son, for the big shot in the arm. Main Vein with $1 says, I told you, Aaron. You tell me every day. You tell me every day. And every day so far, you've ended up being right. However, we came very close to that not being the case. We came very close to that not being the case. for today. We almost had to take an L. Well, guys, thank you very much. Sanford Sun, thank you very much. Over by 45 for tomorrow. So it's going to be about a 200 goal for tomorrow. That's great. And about a hundo tonight. Some laid-back shows coming up. Thank you guys very much for your support. I appreciate it. Thank you for the love this weekend, even though I didn't do anything. Still got a lot of support and a lot of new people coming over saying hello, and the subs went up. Check out our shorts. Check out our clips. We'll be putting up both today. Take it easy, everybody.